You are cheering before they even appear before you. Where is your fairness? Fozia Abdirahman Abbas, Bern, Switzerland. Ambassador Betty Chebet Cheron, Paris, France. Ambassador Frederick Lusambili Matwanga, Rome, Italy. Ambassador Angeline Kavindu Musili, Stockholm, Sweden. Ambassador Stella Orina, Berlin, Germany. Nairimas Sharon Olesein, Madrid, Spain. Mr. Maurice Makolo, Vienna, Austria. Professor Amy Gerono Kipsoi, Seoul, South Korea. Mohammed Ramadan Ruwange, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Lieutenant General Albert Kendagor, Tel Aviv, Israel. Mr. Mohammed Nur Adan, Doha, Qatar. Honorable members, in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 45-1, I hereby refer the message and the curriculum vitae of the nominees to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations for consideration. Honorable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 provides that unless otherwise provided in law, the committee to which such nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. In this regard, the committee is expected to immediately commence the approval process and thereafter table its report on or before 8th November 2023 to enable the House to consider the matter within the statutory timelines. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 12th October 2023. 1. Legal notice number 150 relating to the Wildlife Conservation and Management Access and Conservation Fees Regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Legal notice number 151 relating to the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Criminal Assets Recovery Fund Regulations 2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 3. Legal notice number 152 relating to the prevention of terrorism, implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions on suppression of terrorism, regulations 2023 from the Office of the President. Legal notice number 153, Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Regulations 2023 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of Kericho Teachers Training College for the year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of Kenya Teachers Training College for the financial year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. Annual reports and financial statements of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, for 2022-2023, and finally, annual performance report of the Ministry of Defense for the financial year 2022-2023. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Next order. Oh, sorry. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to withdraw papers I laid yesterday, 11th October 2023, during the morning sitting on the Facilities Improvement Finance Senate Bill number 43 of 2023 and the Primary Healthcare Bill Senate Bill number 44 of 2023 that had some errors. And Honorable Speaker, beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 12th October 2023, reports of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of 1, the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, and 2, the Primary Healthcare Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Bukose. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. Majority Leader, where is your chairperson? Sports and Culture.
Speaker, I know yesterday he was away, but this morning he was around. Maybe you indulge him for a few minutes, we try and trace him.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Same chairman, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. So put it aside. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
No, I think we have a statement, the Thursday statement from Majority Leader before the next order. No, sorry, it's the order to which we are. Majority, maybe you come last. I have got so many statements from several members. Members who have statements, deliver your statement as succinctly and as precisely as you can. I have 8 of them. Member for Embakasi, Major Dong Benjamin Gadiru. Give the honorable member the mic. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the 2023-2024 proposed allocation funds for infrastructure development in junior schools. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order number 44, as a matter of urgency, I wish to request for a statement from the Leader of Majority Party concerning the proposed allocation of funds for infrastructure development for junior schools in the year 2023-2024 financial year. Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, 4th October 2023, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education, by the way of statement, informed the House that the National Treasury allocated the State Department for Basic Education Kenya shillings 3.379 billion in the current financial year, 2023-2024, for the construction of classrooms and integrated learning resources center for junior schools. In the statement, the chairperson notified this House that the allocation was to be jointly managed by the State Department for Basic Education and the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, with each constituency matching allocation from the ministry. Honorable Speaker, attached to the statement was a letter dated 3rd October 2023 from the Principal Secretary, State Department for Basic Education, addressed to the CEO, NGCDF, containing a schedule indicating the amount allocated to each constituency. According to the schedule, the allocation was based on the grade 7 enrollment per constituency. However, Honorable Speaker, it is on record that the data on grade 7 enrollment, which has been applied to apportion the fund, is inaccurate and is not a true reflection reflection of the enrollment levels in most of the urban constituencies, including Embakasi Central constituency. Additionally, the data on the number of public schools is also inaccurate. For example, in Embakasi Central, where the schedule indicates that the constituency has 7 public schools, yet the actual number is 8. Honorable Speaker, it is disturbing to note that the formula has used the grade 7 enrollment levels as the only parameter, yet there are other parameters that could have been included to enhance equity in allocation of such as cost of construction, which is key component on the utilization of the funds, especially in urban constituencies. In these constituencies, the cost is higher due to space constraint in schools located in cities, which schools having to build story classrooms, which are more expensive. Furthermore, it is important to point out that most learners in urban setup are in private schools, not by choice, but due to lack of space in few available public schools. There is further need for more funding to ensure people in urban areas and cities access public schools. Honorable Speaker, should the formula be applied as proposed, the allocation may fail to pass the equity test, and the outcome will be disadvantageous to some schools. In view of this, I request for a statement from the leader of majority party on the above concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Major Dong. Majority Leader. Major Dong, I thought your
Honorable
statement
Speaker.
is to education.
Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the statements being sought by the Honorable Member for Embakasi West. Embakasi Central, Honorable Major Dong, Mwangi Gadhiru. And I just had a conversation with the Chair Education and thought that particular statement is better placed in the Education Committee. One, because it's a matter that the Education Committee has been handling, and there are issues indeed of concern, and I want to identify myself with the sentiments of the Honorable Mwangi, that one, we must not be seen to be punishing members who have invested a lot of resources in building infrastructure in their constituencies for schools. And in actual fact, it should be the other way around, that we should have a system where you have an incentive for members to allocate more resources towards building of school infrastructure. And the Chair Education tells me, Honorable Speaker, that these are matters that they have been dealing with before his committee. And I would kindly request that you commit that particular matter before the Education Committee so that they're able to give us a reasoned and well-considered report after the engagements with other stakeholders in the education sector, including the Cabinet Secretary, because it will not suffice to just listen to the Cabinet Secretary without the benefit of what the committee has been doing.
Thank you. Major Dong, your statement will be responded to in 2 weeks by the Chair of Education. Next, member for Lagdera, Abdikadir Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a statement. Mine is a general statement regarding the recent recruitment of revenue service assistants by the Kenya Revenue Authority. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 43.1, I rise to make a general statement regarding inequalities in recently concluded recruitment of revenue service assistants, RSA, by the Kenya Revenue Authority. Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, 27 September 2023, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning appeared before the House to answer various questions. Among them, a question on recruitment of 1,406 revenue service assistants by KRA. While responding to the question, the CS was on record that the recruitment drive was conducted on a merit and considered regional balance. The CS tabled a paper with details of applicants and the distribution per constituency. Honorable Speaker, the report tabled by CS indicated that there was no candidate from Lagdera constituency. Yet, the following 7 applicants from the constituency were shortlisted and attended the interviews. Mr. Mohammed Hassan Khalif, ID number 35 89 1698, Mr. Abdulaziz Noor of ID number 3972 3606. Mr. Marian Muhammad Hussein of ID number 3721 839. Mr. Abdul Karim Hussein Ibrahim of ID number 41 59000. Osman Abdi Jama of ID number 3589 1698, and Mr. Muhammad Juman Khalif of ID number 3591 6698. Honorable Speaker, the erroneous report by the CS indicated that there was no candidate from Lagdera constituency. Yet, the specified candidates attended the interviews point to a deliberate affront to Articles number 26, 27.4 and 232.1, Roman 1 and 2 of the Constitution on equality and freedom from discrimination and the right to equal opportunity for appointment to positions in the public service. Honorable Speaker, I am therefore calling to the government, through the Minister of National Treasury and Economic Planning, to establish facts about the candidature of the specified applicants for recruitment of revenue service assistants and consider them on the basis of inclusivity, the need for regional balance and equal opportunity for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Abdulkadir. Member for Nyakach, Aduma Awor. Member for Nyakach, Aduma Awor. Is he here? Next, member for Ganze, Kazungu Tungule. Yes, Mheshimiwa Kazungu. Give Honorable Kazungu a mic. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. This is a request for a statement regarding the rise of cases of arson in secondary schools in Ganze sub-county. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 44, 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the rise of cases of arson in secondary schools in Ganze sub-county. Honorable Speaker, in a span of less than 2 months, 7 secondary schools have been closed indefinitely on account of students torching or attempting to torch school dormitories. The affected schools are as follows. Sokoke Boys Secondary School, they burnt a dormitory on the 16th of October 2023. Ganze Boys Secondary School on the 1st of October 2023. Ganze Girls Secondary School on the 5th of October 2023. Kachoroni Secondary School on the 4th of October 2023. Godoma Secondary School on the 9th of October 2023. Bale Secondary School on the 8th of October, and Bandara Secondary School on the 6th of October 2023. Honorable Speaker, out of these 7 schools, the dome fires in 4 schools, namely Ganze Girls, Bandari, Kachoroni, and Bale, were quickly put out with minimal damages. However, the other 3 schools, namely Godoma, Ganze Boys, and Sokoke Boys, the domes were completely razed with nothing salvaged. 1 student at Godoma Secondary School was burned to death while sleeping. Honorable Speaker, increased depression and rise in drug abuse among our students has escalated in the recent past. Research by NACADA shows that knowledge of drugs and substances of abuse is high among our students. From a total of 3,908 students randomly sampled from various schools, results showed that the students were fully knowledgeable on the different drugs and substances of abuse. The 3 top drugs and substances of abuse reported as more readily available to students in schools were cigarettes, alcohol, and cat. From this report, it is evident that our students are abusing drugs. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the increased reported cases of students unrest in this country and specifically in Ganze constituency. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In 2 weeks.
Thank you. Thank you,
Member
Mr.
for
Speaker.
Budalangi, Raphael Wanjala.
Mr. Speaker, I'm available.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a general statement on the likely exclusion of facilities in Kisumu and Kakamega counties from hosting the 2027 African Cup of Nations AFCON tournament matches and the state of preparedness to host the tournament. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 43-1, I rise to make a statement regarding the likely exclusion of Kisumu City and Kakamega Town from hosting the 2027 African Cup of Nations AFCON soccer tournament matches in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania won a joint bid dubbed the Pamoja bid to host the AFCON tournament in 2027. Following this monumental triumph, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs and Sports announced that Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, Moi International Sports Center Kasarani, Nyayo National Stadium, and Talanta Sports Complex, all in Nairobi City, and Kipchoge Keino Stadium in Eldoret, were the selected venues in Kenya to host the tournament. Honorable Speaker, no stadium in Nyanza and Western is in the list, yet it is public knowledge that the region is pride in being the home for soccer in the country, having produced many talented players and enjoying fanatical soccer fan base, as witnessed during the National School Games that was held in Kakamega Town in August this year. And even the Minister for Sports happens to come from that region, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as witnessed during the National School Games that was held in Kakamega Town in August this year. Further, Kakamega Town has Buhungu Stadium, which is under construction to meet international standards by the county government with the support of the national government, while in Kisumu County, we have two stadia, Moi and the Kenyatta, which may only require slight upgrades to meet the international standards for hosting AFCON matches. Furthermore, Kisumu has an international airport, hotels, and other facilities to facilitate hosting the tournament, and they can be slated with can be shared with Kakamega Town, Kisii Town, which is just 50 kilometers away. Honorable Speaker, hosting some AFCON matches in Kisumu and Kakamega will be a morale booster to the many soccer players and fans, as well as the development of soccer in the region. While matches in Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, and while Kenya intends to host AFCON matches in two cities of Nairobi and Eldoret only, Tanzania will host its matches in Dar es Salaam Zanzibar, and Arusha, while Uganda will host in Kampala, Hoima, and Lira. Honorable Speaker, I therefore wish to implore upon the government through the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports to include Kisumu and Kakamega as hosts for AFCON matches. Also, given the ample time between now and 2027, I urge the government to expedite preparations so as avoid the being stripped of the hosting rights due to lack of preparations as has happened previously. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Raphael Wanjala, MP.
Thank you, Honorable Wanjala. Chairman Sports. Yes, Jeanette. What is out of order? Give to Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add my voice to the statement that you have approved for Honorable Wanjala. Mr. Speaker, the AFCON games that are coming ahead of us are very, very important games. And this is the first time, Mr. Speaker, we'll be hosting the AFCON games in our country. But Mr. Speaker, you know very well you're a soccer fan. What adds flavor to soccer are the fans, Mr. Speaker. If you don't have fans, you will not enjoy a soccer game. You know that very well, Mr. Speaker. And where soccer fans are known, Mr. Speaker, they are in western part of the country, either in western Kenya or Nyanza, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my view, there is no need of having, Mr. Speaker, as a fan of Arsenal, you know last weekend when Arsenal and Man City were playing, the way the fans were very happy when the last minute goal came, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what adds flavor to soccer is the fans that are watching the game. There are no fans in some parts of this country for soccer, and Honorable Bokose knows that very well. He's a fan of something else, I know, Mr. Speaker. So I am persuading the Ministry of Sports. There is no need of having two stadia hosting games in Nairobi. We can have Kasarani in Nairobi, and then we can have Buhungu or the one in Kisumu as the second one. This stadia here, they are calling Talanta. This is a joke, I know it. The one on Gong Road, there is nothing there, Mr. Speaker. That is a place for Bishop Ward to do his crusade. That's not a soccer place. That's a meeting point for Bishop Ward, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want this House to summon the Minister for Sports so that we can transfer one of the stadiums to Kisumu or Buhungu Stadium. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Sports, bring a statement in response in 2 weeks.
I concur, but in addition, Honorable Speaker, soccer fans are across the world. They are not born in a specific region, so that should not be the basis. But as it is, we'll seek the sports minister to give the statement. But I want to say whatever is being aired, it is just hot air. We have not affirmed about which stadiums are going to host those stadiums. So we will be able to settle their scores. Thank you.
Mama Zamzam, what is out of order?
Nataka nimuulize mheshimiwa, unasema bado haijakuwa wewe ndio CS ama wewe ni nani? Na mimi nimesimama hapa pia nikilia pamoja na Palestine.
Next, member for Kisii County, Doris Donya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to do a statement, general statement regarding preparedness and response to impending El Nino rains in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 43-1, I wish to make a general statement regarding the state of preparedness and response to the potential devastating effects of impending El Nino rains in the country. Honorable Speaker, weather forecasts have predicted that the period from October to December 2023 carries a very high probability of above average rainfall across the country. It is expected that the phenomenon will occasion a rise in runoff rainwater, especially in areas prone to flooding, such as along river valleys and low-lying plains. With the advent of the heavy rain season, may bring relief to our farmers who have suffered devastating effects of prolonged drought. We must appreciate that without adequate preparedness, the El Nino rains could quickly turn into a disaster. Honorable Speaker, history serves as a reminder of the havoc of El Nino can wreak on our country. Based on its devastating effects of last phenomenon in 1997 and 98. We may recall that the last El Nino phenomenon resulted in flash floods, devastating landslides, building collapsing, the tragic loss of lives and food insecurity. There is therefore an urgent need for the country to put in place proper mechanism to mitigate the devastating effects of heavy rains in order to capitalize on the expected El Nino season of plenty rainfall to address the long-standing issue of drought in the country. Honorable Speaker, with this background, it is necessary that the government, through the relevant ministries, puts in place mechanisms for disseminating early warning systems to vulnerable communities, ensuring timely access of information and sensitizing citizens on best preparedness measures to respond to the effects of El Nino. Further, the government ought to develop and communicate clear action plans to forestall the devastating effects of El Nino on communities in high-risk areas, as was witnessed in 1997-1998, including emergency relief, support and protection of citizens during the phenomenon. Most importantly, I urge the government to develop and implement strategies for harnessing the excess rainwater, for supporting long-term drought mitigation that includes using the water to implement programs in agriculture and afforestation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Donya. Member for Marakwet County. I know that 3 members have asked to comment on this El Nino issue. I'll come back to that. Marakwet. Member for Marakwet County, Caroline Ngelechei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 259D 2B to notify the House of the great achievement in the past few weeks of Mr. Kevin Kiptum, a Kenyan marathoner. Honorable Speaker, on Sunday, 8th October 2023, Mr. Kevin Kiptum participated in the Chicago Marathon 2023 competition, where he showed exceptional performance. He broke the world record to become the fastest marathoner in the world with a new time of 2 hours and 35 seconds. The world record was previously held by the seasoned marathoner champion, Mr. Eliud Kipchoge, who is now the second fastest marathoner in the world from Nandi County, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kiptum debuted his marathon career in 2022 during the Valencia Marathon League in December 2022, where he finished with a record time of 2 hours, 1 minute and 53 seconds. He followed it up with the second fastest marathon of 2 hours, 1 minute and 25 seconds during the 2023 London Marathon, displaying his steadfast commitment and hard work despite the rainy weather condition at the time of the competition. Mr. Speaker, it is good to note that this exceptional performance is just within 1 year, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Kiptum's achievement has demonstrated the possibility of setting a record of sub 2 hours run, and we celebrate his tenacity and dedication. His career trajectory is set with possibilities of achieving much greater records in the near future and serves as an inspiration to many budding athletics. It is also cemented Kenya's dominance in the world of athletics, particularly in marathon, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, It is on this basis that I wish to notify the House of the outstanding achievement of our very own Kevin Kiptum, who is also a resident of Elgeyo Marakwet County, a village called Chepsamo in Keyo South constituency, Mr. Speaker, that the tribute of the House be recorded in his honor in this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It's so ordered, and congratulations to him. Thank you. Member for Kajiado North, Onesimus Ngogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under the provision of Standing Order 259D to report the demise of the late Honorable Philip Lepish Odupoi, former Member of Parliament, Kajiado North constituency, which then was Kajiado East, Kajiado West, and the current Kajiado North, who passed on the 5th of October 2023 at MP Shah Hospital while undergoing treatment. Mr. Speaker, in 1983, the Honorable Philip Odupoi vied for the Kajiado North constituency seat for the first time and won, and thereby serving the term of the 5th Parliament. On the 15th of August, he was appointed as an Assistant Minister for Finance and Planning, later served underwater. He was an astute legislator who contributed to Parliament and committees, and the plenary were invaluable, and his colleagues held him in high esteem. The late Philip Odupoi later left politics, the politics arena, and went to the management of different companies in Naivasha, and later businesses in Kiserian. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, in the death we celebrate a life of a well-respected leader and a successful farmer who laid the foundation of dairy farming in Kiserian town, which is my hometown, and Kajiado North constituency. On my own behalf, and indeed the behalf of the people of Kajiado North, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to the family and friends for the loss of this remarkable leader. Through you, Honorable Speaker, and I wish to thank you for your personal support and the support that you have provided to this family. I beseech the leadership of this House to find it appropriate to mobilize members in this House, and by extension government, to step in and assist the bereaved family and accord the departed colleague a decent send-off. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that he stopped being a member of Parliament in the year which I was born, and therefore is a great leader who served Kajiado North constituency in a very great way. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Kajiado North constituency, I wish to say pole to the family of the late Philip Odupoi.
Thank you, Honorable Ngogoyo. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I'll go back to Aduma Owor.
Speaker, may I use?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43.1, I rise to make a general statement.
Apologize to the House for coming late.
Thank you,
We called you out earlier.
Mr. Speaker. I wish to apologize. I was engaged in a committee meeting where you had given authority to proceed beyond 2:30 with the Minister for Interior, which meeting is still going on, so I want to apologize for being late. Having done that, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43.1, I rise to make a general statement regarding the unfolding spate of insecurity and reported clashes in Sondu along Kisumu-Kericho border. Honorable Speaker, Article 238(1) of the Constitution envisages national security as the protection against internal and external threats to Kenya's territorial integrity and sovereignty, its people, their rights, freedom, property, peace, stability, and prosperity, and other national interests. In spite of the clear constitutional safeguards for these rights and the obligation on the National Police Service to guarantee security for enjoyment of those rights and freedoms, they are systematically being taken away from members of the specific communities living along Sondu, along Kisumu-Kericho border. Honorable Speaker, in the course of this month, gangs have been attacking residents of Sondu and causing a trail of deaths, injuries, displacement of residents, and distressing women and school-going children. It is of great concern that the situation is crippling lining in the area, as one teacher was killed among 18 other residents, and fearful residents have fled the area due to insecurity. There are also reported cases of cattle rustling, and the business climate has significantly dwindled for fear of such attacks. Honorable Speaker, when the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration visited Sondu on 15th July this year, he promised to establish the real cause of the conflict and appeal for calm and an immediate ceasefire. Yet, even as recent as 2 weeks ago, that is to say on 24th of September and on 4th of October, civilians living and doing business in Sondu remain vulnerable to attacks from organized groups from across the border, in what happens to be a clear case of organized crime. Honorable Speaker, there is an urgent need for the security agencies to move with speed to arrest the situation and restore peace and normalcy in the area. I therefore implore the government to formulate measures and strategies, including posting enough security agencies in the area to permanently curb further cross-border attacks. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you for the patience and time.
Thank you, Honorable Aduma. Yes, Jared. What's out of order?
Honorable Speaker, allow me to join my brother, Honorable Aduma, in condemning in the strongest terms possible the chaos around Sondu. We have since lost 20 people in this, what may pass for ethnic cleansing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Aduma may not fully exhaust the happenings on the ground, but we know that there is a section within the warring factions that enjoy police protection even as they unleash terror on the lives of innocent people in Nyakach. Honorable Speaker, these are people who have lived cordially since time immemorial, and therefore the upsurge of discord and chaos and deaths that are totally unwarranted should be addressed wholesomely by the government, Honorable Speaker. The police needs to be mobilized, to be on the ground, and not to take sides, but treat both people from Sondu, Nyakach, and the part of Kericho County equally, because that is the only way that we are going to address this. And finally, Honorable Speaker, through your indulgence, the political leadership many a times tend to be the lowest hanging fruit in handling issues of ethnic divisions. And I implore upon you that the governor of Kericho, the governor of Kisumu, the elected leaders should hold a public baraza in Sondu Market and pump a lot of sense in our people. The importance of working as a one unitary society, because we have always lived cordially since time immemorial, Honorable Speaker, and try to address this thing once and for all. Otherwise, when the security apparatus takes sides in a matter such as this...
Jared, you've made your point. Thank you. Thank you. Before I call the majority leader to make his statement, allow me, honorable members, to acknowledge in the speakers and public galleries Kiamutira Secondary School from Kirinyaga Central, Kirinyaga, Naigera Secondary School from Laikipia West, Laikipia, Kawauni Secondary School from Kangundo, Machakos, Kalama Secondary School, Machakos Town, Machakos, Malili Township Primary School from Kilome, Makueni, Earth River Secondary School from Mavoko, Machakos. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the students and the teachers accompanying them to the House of Parliament. I've been asked by 2 members, 3 in fact. I'll give them a minute each, starting with the member for Laikipia West. 1 minute, boss. Honorable member, the mic is next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome all our students who have visited Kenya National Assembly today, among them Niagara Secondary School from my constituency of Laikipia West. May I also say, Mr. Speaker, I have a program where I facilitate Form 4 candidates to visit, among others, Parliament, Museum of Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, so that they can be. Thank you very much.
Patrick Macau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to welcome the River High School in the House. Mr. Speaker, this is the best school in Mavoko with a mean score of about 7. Mr. Speaker, they are accompanied by their principal, Mr. Kariuki, and their 10 teachers. Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm aware Kenyan students are going to sit for their KCSE examination. May I also take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to wish them all the best in their exams. And I want to promise them I'll work with them all the journey, and I wish them all the best in their exams. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kirinyaga. GK, is he here?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to comment on the El Nino issues. Honorable Speaker.
Not you yet. I call the member for Kirinyaga Central. Hold your horses. GK, I'll call you later. Go ahead. Can you give him another mic?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome students from Kiboro Secondary School in their constituency. Honorable Speaker, Kiboro Secondary School has a student population of about 80 boys and 80 girls. And Honorable Speaker, it's one of the best schools in my constituency. Honorable Speaker, not trying to steal the show from my female colleagues who have been campaigning and agitating for the girl child to be supported to stay in school even during her menstrual cycle days. I have today, Honorable Speaker, donated 80 sanitary pads per student of Kiboro Girls Secondary School, and I am reliably informed by my female colleagues that, including Madam Jerry here from Kirinyaga, that with 80 sanitary pads, that girl will stay in school for the next 12 months. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Jerry, now you can have a minute to comment on El Nino.
Honorable Speaker, thank you once again. GK is indeed my MP. Honorable Speaker, I would like to comment on El Nino matters. As the national government prepares to fund the same, I note that the Council of Governors has said that Treasury has not given them that 5 billion or rather release the funds so that they can ensure that they mitigate the effects of El Nino. Honorable Speaker, I note that Kirinyaga County is one of the counties that has adverse effects when it comes to El Nino. I am requesting that as leaders and as the government pushes for mitigation, we ensure that we encourage and fund rain harvesting. We also reinforce the existing infrastructure and protect it from the adverse effects of El Nino, that we provide our people with the proper public awareness campaigns so that they can be well informed, expand on social protection mechanisms, and equip our health facilities, because with El Nino comes the risk of malaria and other waterborne diseases. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm also requesting that the Majority Leader updates the House on the issue of sanitary towels, the whereabouts of the 940 million.
Order,
and
Jerry, order. You are exceeding the authority given to you. Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze pia kumpa dada yangu Donya support upande wa mgao wa El Nino. Ni dhahiri kuwa Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaelekea kwenye msimu wa mvua, msimu ambao famili nyingi sahihi hawana amani, hawana furaha. Na nikizungumza kuhusu kaunti yangu ya Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wengi huathirika sana na mafuriko ya El Nino. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba serikali, na miaka nenda miaka rudi, Mombasa hatujawahi kupata sisi mgao wa kuweza kumanage zile effects za El Nino. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wamehangaika, wanapata mafuriko, nyumba zao zinabomoka, inabidi kama mama county niingie mfukoni kuangalia mapeni kuwasaidia. Mheshimiwa Spika, inatamausha wakati ambapo kuna bajeti ambayo imepitishwa ya kuweza kuwasaidia hawa watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba serikali iangalie kwa usawa kaunti zote ikiwemo kaunti ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. You've made your point. Lastly, Mohammed Abdul. 1 minute, Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Disaster preparedness and mitigation has never been a point of strength for this country. And remembering the experience of the 1997-98 El Nino phenomenon, I am actually really scared about how prepared we are in mitigating the disaster that comes with this kind of weather phenomenon. I remember the rains lasted from May 2007 to February 2008, and in between then, so many places were marooned, floods cut off villages and towns, and there was a lot of suffering. And I pray that this time round, given the experience we've had with that weather phenomenon, the El Nino weather phenomenon of 1997-98, that we get ready and ensure that we are stocked up enough to fight off diseases like malaria and also diseases that affect both livestock and human beings, like the Rift Valley weather phenomenon. Thank you.
You made your point. I had allowed only 3 members, honorable members, and now I see a lot of hands up. I'll give the chairman of agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to just
you have
contribute
1
to
minute,
this
Dr. Mtunga.
issue of disaster, El Nino. Honorable Speaker, sometimes I marvel when we look at El Nino as just a source of disadvantage or a disaster in this country, instead of seeing El Nino as an opportunity. Kenya is majorly a dry country. 80% of this country is asal. And there will be rainfall everywhere. What we've never done as a country is try to contain this water for use thereafter, or to recharge the underground water aquifers. The problem we have, Honorable Speaker, is that there is no investment in that direction. There is no serious concern. This water carries away our soil, the topsoil, which is important for crop production, and we could use it to recharge the areas that used to be the water basins. Honorable Speaker, we need to focus in that direction as a country.
Thank you. Member for Kamukunji, 1 minute. You'll be the last on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to add my voice to the concerns about El Nino coming from the capital city with densely populated neighborhoods, particularly in the Eastlands where I come from as a member of parliament, where there's a very large informal settlements with very poor structures. I think it is important both for the county government and the central government to be alert and to put a lot of efforts to unblock the sewage systems and to prepare for the worst, because many of those people in the informal sectors, settlements of Nairobi would be badly affected. And these are the largest populations.
Thank you. Last but not least, Dr. Bukose, 1 minute.
Chair, I just wanted to urge the country that, especially my colleagues, that as we prepare for El Nino, also put into consideration that there will be many waterborne diseases and even vector-borne diseases. will have upsurge of malaria cases. So make sure that you can also support using the money for environment by buying some water tanks for your community so that they can have safe water. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader, you may sometime next week, I'll allocate you time to issue a comprehensive statement on the level of preparedness in the face of what we are being told and embedding El Nino. But I don't want you to sell fear to Kenyans. El Nino could be a blessing like Mutunga says. I don't hear any one of you encouraging farmers to get ready to plant short rain crops when the rains arrive. We are only worried about the negative side of El Nino, and Dr. Mutunga is spot on. There are also the positive sides. Harvest the water and plant crops and feed the families of this country. Majority Leader, prepare a comprehensive statement. I'll give you time next week on probably Thursday afternoon so that you can inform the country on the country's level of preparedness, mitigation factors, and how the farmer is being prepared to benefit from these rains as and when they come. I'll now call you to make your Thursday statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and most obliged, I will do that statement next week. And as you rightly say, both also to encourage farmers to take advantage of the rains and those ministries concerned with water harvesting to make sure that they harvest the water. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 3rd October 2023. As members are aware, Tuesday, 10th October 2023 was a public holiday marking Utamaduni Day. The House therefore convened yesterday, Wednesday, 11th October 2023 in the morning. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for consideration today, members will note that the House is expected to consider a procedural motion regarding a resolution to hold a morning sitting on Tuesday, 17th October 2023. This is intended to provide time for consideration of legislative priority business. Additionally, for today's sitting, the House is scheduled to undertake debate on the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, and the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, from the Senate. These bills are part of the health sector legislation aimed at realigning legislation to the government's aspiration for universal health care for all Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are already listed in today's order paper, and these include: 1, the second reading and committee of the whole House on the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill 2023, 2, second reading and committee of the whole House on the Primary Health Care Bill 2023, and 3, the second reading of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2023, the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023, and the Insurance Amendment Bill of 2023. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper should they not be concluded today. 1, report on a public petition regarding probable loss of investments in Cyton high-yield solutions platforms. 2, consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for 12 constituencies in Kakamega County. 3, report on consideration of the East African Community Multilateral Agreement on Aircraft Accidents and Incident Investigations. 4, report of the Kenya delegation to the 4th General Assembly of the East Africa Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, EAPA-FSN, held in Kigali, Rwanda. 5, report on the inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community Region. 6, report on the employment diversity audit in public institutions. 7, report on the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023. 8, reports of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations. 9, report on the proceedings of the second ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament. And 10, report on the proceedings of the 2023 United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the attendance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer questions from members, I wish to inform the House that due to priority business scheduled next week, the Cabinet Secretaries that were to appear on Wednesday, 18th October, have been rescheduled to a later date. Finally, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 17th October 2023 to schedule business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. We'll go back to order number 5, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I'm sorry. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 12th October 2023. Reports of the Departmental Committee on the Sports and Culture on its consideration of 1, the budget implementation monitoring for the financial year 2022-2023, and finally, the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, as in my capacity as the Chairman of Sports, I want to thank and congratulate Kiptum for breaking the marathon record that he did. Thank you, sir.
We'll go back to order number 6, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. Honorable Wanyama, you're supposed to give a notice of motion at order number 6.
Come again, sir.
I have called you out at order number 6 to give a notice of motion, but I saw you gathering your papers and walking away.
What I heard, Honorable Speaker, is to table the...
It's not what you have, Honorable Wanyama, it's what is on the order paper. Under order number 6, you are listed as the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture, to give a notice of motion.
I therefore give a notice of motion on the same Honorable Speaker.
That is not how notices of motion are given, Dan Wanyama. You are out of order. You are not ready?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not ready. I'll just check and get back to you shortly, kindly.
Huh? The clerk say that you have it among those papers. You ready?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the House adopts the report on the Department Committee on Sports and Culture on the budget implementation for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House today, 12th October 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll now, that's the end of statements. Before I go to the next order, I've been informed of the following schools in the gallery: Woodley Boys Secondary School from Kibra, Nairobi; PCA Ilingoroj, is that how it's pronounced? Ilngaroj Boys Secondary School, Kajiado West, Kajiado. And I saw one more. And we have also Kivai Primary School from Kaiti Makueni. We have Mandove Primary School, Mwingi Central Kitui. And we have Kiriko Primary School, Madhioya Moranga. On your behalf and on my own behalf, we welcome the students and the accompanying teachers to the House of Parliament. Next order. Okay, I'll call you. Sorry, on the request of Honorable Dan Wanyama, we'll go back again to order number 6. He had omitted to give a notice of motion on one more. Go ahead, Honorable Wanyama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on the consideration of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the matters of publishing and prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property, laid on the table of the House today, 12th October 2023. I beg to submit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable members, we'll go back to order number 2 and have a short communication. Order, Honorable Millie, take your seat. Order. Honorable Millie, take your seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the executive, and that is on the nomination of a member to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42-4, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning regarding the nomination of a person for appointment to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. In the message, honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary conveys that in exercise of powers conferred to him by Section 15(1)(e) of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act 2015, he has nominated Honorable Gabriel Kago Mukuha as a member of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. The Cabinet Secretary now seeks the approval of the nominee by the House. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of a nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from the Cabinet Secretary together with the CV and other testimonials of the nominee to the Select Committee on National Government Constituencies Development Fund for consideration. Honorable members, in considering the nominee, the committee should take note of the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2012, which requires the National Assembly to undertake the approval within 28 days. The committee is therefore expected to forthwith commence the approval process and notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings. Upon conclusion, the committee is to table its report to enable the House to consider the matter within the statutory timelines. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, resolution to hold a sitting on Tuesday morning.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Tuesday, October 17th, 2023, commencing at 10 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business as may be approved by the House Business Committee. Honorable Speaker, without saying much, members, as I indicated in the usual Thursday statement, because of the public holiday on Tuesday, we lost one sitting, and because we don't want to significantly interfere with the House calendar in terms of the time that we were bound to break for recess, and by the fact that there is a lot of priority business before the House, and a number of private members' motions and bills, and the House Business Committee did make a commitment to allot some time to enable the House consider as many motions and private members' bills as we can be able to. Therefore, to avoid taking up most of the time on Wednesdays when we consider private members' motions and bills, it was in the view of the House Business Committee that we have a sitting on Tuesday morning commencing at 10 a.m. Outside of the normal sitting times. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, let me ask the Deputy Leader of Minority, Honorable Robert Mbui, to second.
Robert. There's a mic next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say two things. One, the timetable of the House, which is basically Tuesday, normal timetable, Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday morning and afternoon, and Thursday afternoon, is not all the time that is spent doing parliamentary business, because we also have committee meetings, which take up all the other time. And this is for the benefit of those people who keep thinking that Parliament only works in those times when we are in plenary. But because everything we do in committees has to end up in plenary, and the public holiday, of course, affected us by a day, then it also makes sense that we increase that one day so that we can be able to deal with the backlog of business, so that we can be able to deal with the motions and bills that are in front of us. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second.
I propose the order, Honorable Amawa. Take your seat. Order, Meli, and members who are upstanding, take your seats. Mama Dagoretti, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Tuesday, October 17th, 2023, commencing at 10 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business as may be approved by the House Business Committee. Can I put the question? I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33B, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Tuesday, October 17, 2023, commencing at 10 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business as may be approved by the House Business Committee. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022. Question to be put on third reading.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Take your seats. Honorable members, at order number 9, we'll proceed to put the question, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022 be now read a third time. I also request the Honorable Irene Mayaka to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022 be now read a third time. Honorable members, I now put the question, and I've confirmed that we have quorum present in the House for purposes of making this decision. I now put the question, which is that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2022 be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to make minor amendments to statute law.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 10, the Mining Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Mining Act.
Next order.
Order number 11, the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for general framework for effective public participation, to give effect to the constitutional principles of democracy and participation of the people under Articles 10(2), 118, 196, 201A, and 232(1)D of the Constitution and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 12, motion. Approval of the mediated version of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023.
Co-chairperson, Mediation Committee on the Public Finance Management Bill.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that pursuant to the provisions, I beg to move that pursuant to provisions of Article 1132, the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this has adopted the report of the Mediation Committee on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, and approves the mediated version of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 20, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, I want to first thank the members that participated in the mediation, and I want to inform this House that we had a very cordial meeting and a very good mediation meeting between the Senate and the National Assembly on the issues that were before us. Honorable Speaker, I want first to thank you for appointing me to that position, and also to thank the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, our majority leader, for the guidance he gave us during the mediation, and that guidance actually helped us to unlock some of the very outstanding issues that were there within the shortest time. So I want to sincerely thank the Honorable Ichung'wah for that. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the team from Senate. They were very magnanimous, they were good people, and they brought honor to mediation in such a way that we were able to mediate the outstanding issues which looked very difficult, but we were able to make them easy for the purpose of developing this law. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Omboko Milemba, the Honorable Milio Thiambo, the Honorable Abdi Shurie, the Honorable Kwenya Thuku, the Honorable Joseph Makilap, and the Honorable Kirwa Abraham Kipsang for the good job during this mediation process. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very, very important in order to anchor our debt. And because this bill has been canvassed in this House and a lot of the issues were flagged out, Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't want to belabor the points. The issues that were outstanding, especially in clause 6 of the bill, we thrashed them very well, and I think we have a bill that when passed in this parliament will make good law for this country. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Abdi Shurie to second this. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shuria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank all the members of the Mediation Committee, both those representing the National Assembly and those representing the Senate, for the thoroughness in reviewing the bill and the amendments proposed and for tabling a report in the revised bill in a record time. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to bring also to your attention that we did debate this bill and in this House, and on this matter is just on the rejections of the National Assembly on the proposals made by the Senate, and having come to a mediated amendments, I will encourage that we just, since we had already debated, we just move it and and go ahead and I beg to second, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now propose a question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, and approves the mediated version of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023. Do we put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the bill, on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number. Order, Honorable Member. The member chatting away in the walkway. Can you take your seat? Members, we have been here for long enough to understand that when the chair is on its feet, we take our seats. It is not for the respect of the person on the chair, it's for the respect of the chair and the mess of this House. And I want to encourage you, Honorable Mwenje and others, when you have discussions to hold and the House is going on, there's some lobby out there that we've created for you. You can sit there, chat away, and then come back and proceed with business. Honorable members, let me put the question once more. That pursuant to the provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, and approves the mediated version of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 13, the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move that the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this is part of the health amendment bills, part of the 4 amendment bills that have been considered by both houses of parliament, and this is one of the 2 bills that emanated or was initiated from the Senate. And Honorable Speaker, as members are aware that most of our public facilities suffer from the lack of financial autonomy and also, Honorable Speaker, not just financial autonomy, but also managerial autonomy, many of them being public entities that fall under either county governments or operate as parastatals, like the national referral hospitals. And because of this lack of autonomy at managerial and financial level, we have seen an increasing fragmentation of health facilities and poor service delivery, both at the local and also at the national level, decreased efficiency, and a lack of financial risk protection and transparency and accountability in how many of our public health facilities are managed. Honorable Speaker, therefore, this bill seeks to cure some of these problems by providing financial and managerial autonomy and accountability with the aim of improving decision-making right from the primary health care facilities at the sub-county and ward level, all the way to the national referral hospitals, the level 3, the level 4 and 5, and level 6 hospitals, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, also aims to stimulate increased revenue collection by public health facilities, significantly contributing to the realization of the universal health coverage target on expenditure and on healthcare infrastructure throughout the country. Honorable Speaker, with the enactment and possible approval of this bill, Honorable Speaker, the healthcare facilities right from the village dispensaries will not only enjoy financial autonomy and managerial autonomy in their management, but also will have a stimulated sense of revenue collection, and they will be able also to retain part of the revenue that they generate at the local level to enable them to provide services and more efficient services to the people that they serve in the localities. This bill, Honorable Speaker, also ring-fences money that is generated by public health facilities, as I said, ensuring that there is a predictable and regular and steady source of funding for public health facility operations in the counties. And Honorable Speaker, you know, the problem that has bedeviled many of our healthcare facilities, and many members who have health centers, both at level 2, level 3 health centers, know that many of them will even charge user fees. They will charge a little bit of consultation fees, but all this money previously has been going to the county revenue accounts and not getting back to these facilities. And with this bill, or with the enactment of this bill, this money will now be ring-fenced, that a facility that has collected money at that level will be able to have part of that money retained at the local level to ensure that they are able probably even to buy certain basic medical, either medical pharmaceutical equipment or non-pharmaceutical equipment or pharmaceuticals, Honorable Speaker, to be able to ensure that their clients or their patients who they're attending to are attended to with all requisite equipment and pharmaceuticals available at that local level. And the problem, Honorable Speaker, has been that facilities having to wait for either the county governments at the county headquarters to send them back money to buy even basic things like bandages, or even cleaning equipment, or even gloves. Honorable Speaker, you remember during COVID, many facilities in our local areas could not even access gloves or even face masks, Honorable Speaker, for people who were being exposed to the vagaries of being infected with the COVID pandemic. And now, Honorable Speaker, with the enactment of this bill, facilities, medical care facilities, with the monies that they retain, they will be able to have that managerial and financial autonomy to ensure that a medical superintendent or a medical officer who has been appointed as an AIE holder at that local dispensary is able to incur expenditure and procure for whatever they need to be able to ensure that indeed universal health coverage becomes a reality and we improve on affordable health care being available to our people. Honorable Speaker, other objects of this bill, Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, is to provide an efficient, secure, and accountable mechanism for the collection, the retention, and management of revenue derived from health services rendered at public health facilities in Kenya. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I don't think I need to overemphasize that. It's just what I was explaining, that the facilities will efficiently secure, collect revenue, and they'll be able to manage that revenue themselves at that local level. Two, Honorable Speaker, is to establish a governance framework that will facilitate effective planning, coordination, mobilization, and access of public health facilities improvement financing in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, because of the challenges with healthcare facilities accessing funds, either funds being appropriated at the national level or even at the county government level, they have not been able to have a very good governance framework, and now they will be able to do that with the enactment of this bill. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, is to provide for the appropriation, management, and use of retained health services revenue to supplement operations and facilitate quality service delivery in public health facilities. Honorable Speaker, as I had said, that they will now be able, money that has been appropriated to these healthcare facilities will be able to be retained there, and they will be able to supplement on operations and facilitate the quality provision of affordable and quality healthcare services to patients or to members of the public. Fourthly, Honorable Speaker, is to promote equitable health facilities improvement financing, including benefit sharing in accordance with the relevant laws of Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, you are aware that many facilities across our country do not enjoy the same level of equitable share of resources. And with this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, we shall be promoting an equitable health facilities improvement financing, where all facilities with the ability to generate revenue are able to retain their revenue and be able to manage the kind of medical care services that they give to the public at their local level. Honorable Speaker, this bill will, in the fifth instance, provide for a unified system to guide financial management in public health facilities, improving efficiency and effectiveness and ultimately quality health service delivery. Honorable Speaker, this unified system will be across the country, and it will not matter whether it is a health facility in Elwak, or a health facility in Karachuonyo, or a health facility in Deya in Kikuyu, or even one in Mukurweini in Nyeri, or one in Shinyalu constituency. Honorable Speaker, all our healthcare facilities will have the same architecture in terms of their financial management of how they are financed and how they are managed, Honorable Speaker. This bill will also empower our local communities, Honorable Speaker, because there will be management boards and management committees that will manage local hospitals at the local level. And therefore, people will have some sense of ownership of the facilities that are in their neighborhoods, and ensuring that there is also accountability and transparency in how we not only finance but manage our own healthcare facilities. Honorable Speaker, the bill also makes provision for the retention, as I said, of public health facilities, improvement financing, as well as the purposes for which these retained finances will be utilized. And the bill, Honorable Speaker, when members peruse through, will be able to see that the bill is providing not just on how much you can retain and how these facilities will be able to retain part of the revenues they raise, either in own source revenue or what has been appropriated by the county governments, or even from grants and donations or gifts, but also for what purposes can health care facilities utilize the monies or the funds that they have retained at that local level. Again, as I mentioned, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that there is a lot of transparency and accountability to ensure that those officers who will be designated by the chief officers in charge of healthcare at the county level, who are the accounting officers for these healthcare facilities. And because the bill also gives the chief officers at the county level powers to designate certain officers as AIE holders, or to have the authority to incur expenditure at that local level, be it a medical superintendent or whatever level of health officer is charged with that responsibility to incur expenditure, that they do so in a manner that is accountable, and they know by law what is it that you can utilize this money for, so that we don't have instances, as has been happening, Honorable Speaker, where money is collected from our healthcare facilities, and instead of this money being plowed back to improve on healthcare provision at the local level, this money is diverted to go and construct roads. Other money is diverted to go and provide bursaries to school children, Honorable Speaker. it will now be imperative that even at that local level, the officer in charge, who is an AIE holder, knows by law what is it that I can utilize this money for. And therefore, they will not use the money for gardening and construction of hospital gates when the hospital wards are in deplorable states or there is no medicine in the healthcare facilities. Honorable Speaker, lastly, this bill, because I don't want to go into all the provisions, this bill has close to 27 clauses, but the last part, part 3, is the role of the national government, and that's what this bill speaks to in terms of the national government's role in policy formulation, research, and development of to improvement financing. And the Cabinet Secretary has been given certain key responsibilities and in terms of developing policy guidelines, how the facilities will be able to account for the money that they generate in a more transparent and accountable manner, use it prudently, how they collect, receive, collect, and also analyze data for facility improvement financing, policy formulation, and support, Honorable Speaker, so that at the ministerial level, the minister will be able to formulate policy on how government can be able to collect information, receive and collect data, or even analyze such data as to how government can help the counties to improve on their facilities financing. And Honorable Speaker, of course, Honorable Speaker, amongst all the other provisions which I don't need to go through in the bill, or other responsibilities of the Cabinet Secretary in terms of formulating policies, because we know, Honorable Speaker, that healthcare is a devolved function, and that is why, in recognition of that particular fact, that the healthcare provision is a devolved function under Schedule 4 of our Constitution, most of the policy formulation work is being left to the minister at the national level. But in terms of management of the lower level facilities, that will be done at the facility level, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me not go through all the provisions, but encourage members that this is indeed part of the health care amendment bills, the 4 bills that I mentioned, that will be a game changer in how we manage healthcare facilities in our country and how we actualize universal health coverage to millions of our people who have suffered over the years due to lack of accessible, affordable, and quality health care. That finally, Honorable Speaker, we'll be able to crack what has escaped us for many years in terms of provision of universal health coverage, and towards realization of Article 43.1 on provision of affordable, easily accessible, quality health care for millions of our people. And I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, that all of us will now rise to the occasion, support these bills, this together with the primary health care bill that is also listed as order number 14, Honorable Speaker, together with the 2 other bills that emanated from this House and that have been considered in the Senate, will be that game changer that will make sure that we completely change the architecture of how we manage and provide health care to millions of our people. And Honorable Speaker, as I said, as I moved the other 2 bills, Honorable Speaker, many members of this House, and indeed even in the Senate, and even our governors and MCAs will tell you that one of, other than education, the second is actually the primary burden to millions of our people in our constituencies is the cost of health care. And Honorable Speaker, if we are able to deal with effectively with the cost of health care so that our people are able to access affordable and quality health care at the local level, Honorable Speaker, we will be saving millions of our people from a burden that many families have had to bear with. Many families have been rendered destitute because of healthcare bills and illnesses and sickness in their families. A member of your family falls sick and you simply cannot afford. And Honorable Speaker, even members of parliament, and I know many Kenyans assume members of parliament have all the money to cater for their own healthcare bills, those of their families, and their constituents. Honorable Speaker, all these members of parliament here will tell you
that every Monday or Friday when they're in their constituencies, the number of fundraisers they are being invited to on account of medical care are unmanageable for them. And members of public, Honorable Speaker, will not even understand that the role of providing health care is now devolved, belongs to the governors and the county governments, and they all walk to offices looking for help. And understandably, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans are desperate for affordable health care, and we cannot afford to finance their health care from our pockets. But by working together collectively as a nation, as leaders, we can be able to enact this kind of laws that will completely change how we manage our healthcare facilities, how we manage our primary health care, how we finance our health care through the social health insurance fund that we approved here the other week, Honorable Speaker, and completely change the architecture of how healthcare is dealt with in this country, and therefore effectively deal with the cost of living. And Honorable Speaker, when you speak about the cost of living, many people assume the cost of living is a matter to do with just food and provision of affordable food. But the cost of healthcare, Honorable Speaker, is a major element in the cost of living. Because if we save Kenyans from the high cost of medical care, Honorable Speaker, they will have higher disposable income available to them to cater for their other needs, be it education or food. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request members to join us or join me and the drafters of this bill in the Ministry of Health, plus the other bills, to bring down the cost of living for millions of our people. Honorable Speaker, with that, I beg for your support, and I beg to move and request the chair of the Health Committee, the Honorable Pukose, to second, as I thank the Honorable Pukose and the Health Committee for the immense work they did to take these bills through public participation in the 7 days that were designated and be able to come up with the report that they tabled this afternoon, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Pukose.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Majority Leader and second this bill, the Facility Improvement Finance Bill number 43 of 2023. Let me begin by thanking the members of the Health Committee that I chair for their dedication in preparing and tabling of the committee report on the bill. Honorable Speaker, the government of Kenya has identified healthcare delivery as one of the core pillars of its bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In the plan, a number of commitments have been identified towards the delivery of the universal health care. These interventions include ring-fencing of funds for health care from facility improvement funds to allocations from the National Treasury in collaborations with the county governments. Honorable Speaker, this bill is aligned to this plan and the Kenya Vision 2030, which under the social pillar envisions a nation that is healthy and prosperous. This is because the bill seeks to provide for public health facility improvement financing and the management and administration of facility improvement financing in the country. Honorable Speaker, the bill has 29 clauses which the committee considered clause by clause together with the comments received from several stakeholders, namely the State Department for Medical Services in the Ministry of Health, the County Assemblies Forum, the Council of Governors, and a group of civil society organizations involved in matters of health governance and human rights, comprising of the Kenya Human Rights Commission, the Amnesty International Kenya, the People's Health Movement, the Kenya AIDS NGO Consortium Kango, the Institute of Public Finance, and the Scaling Up Nutrition Civil Society Alliance, the SAN CSA Kenya, who submitted a joint memorandum. Honorable Speaker, Prior to its consideration of comments, the committee, through the clerk of the National Assembly, placed an advertisement in the print media on Wednesday, 4th October 2023. The committee also wrote to several institutions requesting for their memoranda on the bill, including the Ministry of Health, the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice, the National Treasury, the Commission on Revenue Allocation, the Office of the Control of Budget, the Kenya Law Reform Commission, the National Health Insurance Fund, Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Gender Equality Commission, the Commission on Administrative Justice, the Council of Governors, the County Assemblies Forum, the Kenya Medical Association, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, the Consumers Federation of Kenya, the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, the Kenya AIDS NGOs Consortium, and the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals. Honorable Speaker, the bill is aligned to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 on county funds. The Constitution in Article 207(1) exempts money reasonably excluded by an Act of Parliament from being paid into the County Revenue Fund. In Article 207(4) of the Constitution, further recognizes that an Act of Parliament may provide for the establishment of other funds by counties and the management of those funds respectively. The bill therefore meets this criteria as it makes provision for public health facility improvement financing and details how the same will be retained, managed, and administered to ensure proper utilization of the funds. Honorable Speaker, this bill is aligned to the Health Act number 21 of 2017, which is the primary law on health matters in the country. Section 86(1)(c) of the Health Act 2017 provides that the Ministry of Health shall ensure progressive financial access to universal health coverage through various measures, including developing policies and strategies that ensure the realization of universal health coverage. Honorable Speaker, the bill will therefore stimulate increased revenue collection by public health facilities, significantly contributing to the realization of the universal health coverage target of augmenting expenditure on healthcare infrastructure throughout the country. This bill is aligned to the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012, which is the primary law on public finance matters in the country. Section 109(2)(b) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 provides that all money is to be paid into the County Revenue Fund except money that may, in accordance with other legislation, the Act or county legislation, be retained by a county government entity which received it for the purposes of defraying its expenses. Honorable Speaker, the bill aims to ring-fence money generated by public health facilities, ensuring a predictable, regular, and steady source of funding for public health facility operations in counties. This will guarantee that funds are utilized for the improvement of patient care at the respective public health facilities. In doing this, the bill facilitates the realization of Article 431(a) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which not only guarantees the right to quality and affordable health care, but also recognizes the role of the government in removing barriers to access to quality and affordable health care. Honorable Speaker, the bill directly responds to the legal intervention proposed by the Departmental Committee on Health in the 12th Parliament in its exit report dated 8 June 2022. In the report, the committee recommended that the Departmental Committee on Health in the 13th Parliament establishes a facility improvement fund for county public health facilities to support health functions that is devolved. Honorable Speaker, public health facilities previously retained and managed the monies they generated. However, the enactment of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012 took away the financial autonomy of public health facilities to retain, bank, and spend revenues collected from user fees. Section 109 of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012 provides that all revenue collected by all county government entities is submitted to the County Revenue Fund, and then these entities will request funds from the County Revenue Fund. County health facilities now draw funds generated through cash, insurance schemes, and grants from the County Revenue Fund. This has occasioned numerous bureaucracies and limited funding for public health facilities, as they are usually allocated less monies compared to what they remitted, making them struggle to meet their operation and maintenance costs, which has always adversely affected their service delivery. Honorable Speaker, some counties, including Kakamega, Isiolo, Mombasa, and Elgeyo Marakwet, noting the challenges they have faced, have established facilities improvement funds, allowing their public health facilities to manage their funds they generate through health service management committees. Counties that have not established such a fund continue to face several key challenges, including demotivated health workers, delays in service delivery due to procedural difficulties in the procurement of essential supplies, and poor accountability for money generated in public health facilities. Honorable Speaker, the bill gives county governments control over the revenue generated within their health facilities, allowing for enhanced, localized decision-making. Honorable Speaker, county governments will now be able to plan and implement long-term healthcare projects without solely relying on the allocations by the national government, as they will have steady revenue streams for their public health facilities. Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that the House adopts and passes the Facilities Improvement Finance Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023 without amendments. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Members, I therefore propose the question that the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, be now read a second time. The Honorable Soro, what's the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I rise to propose that, considering the interest this matter or this bill has on a number of members and they want to contribute, I seek that we reduce the contribution time from 10 to 4 minutes each. They say 5 at least, so that each member gets some quality time to contribute.
Honorable members, Honorable Soro has also insisted and proposed that we reduce time for debating on this bill. That is the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill of 43/2023, from the normal time to 5 minutes per person or per member contributing. Will I put the question that contributions by members to the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43/2023, shall be limited to 5 minutes per member contributing? Will last minute without opinion say aye? Will last minute without opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And honorable members who have put their cards and are not in the House will not, in fact, I wish to ask the clerks, any member who has put their cards and not in the House, we drop them so that we have a chance to, because I don't want them coming back to, disturb us once this happens. So the first person on my list is Honorable Wilberforce Owondo Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Indeed, if there is anything, let me echo the sentiment of the majority leader. If there is anything that causes butterflies in our stomachs, are calls we receive from our constituents concerning medical bill. Any bill or any policy or any administrative action that tends towards addressing this challenge is always welcome, and I urge all our colleagues to support it. Honorable Speaker, Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Bill number 43 of 2023, is an important bill. General Honorable Speaker, Many times when you go to health facilities of whichever level in our constituencies, you are always told, we're unable to provide services, we're unable to provide drugs, we're unable to provide even basics like gloves, reagents for testing, because we have no money. Because all the money they collect as user charges ends up in the county revenue account, and the county revenue account does not ring fence that particular funds, ends up using it for some other places. And therefore you find the most hospitals, be it health centers, clinics, or whatever we categorize them, are perpetually suffering because they are unable to access the money they have generated. So therefore, this amendment, or this new act, Honorable Speaker, will go a long way in trying to solve this problem. And as I will mention going forward, we require a little more amendments to this act to speak to the reality on the ground and to ensure the question of pilferage, the question of loss of funds does not become endemic as has happened elsewhere. Honorable Speaker, when you look at this bill, has got various proposals. And unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, it limits. This bill shall only, this act, when it becomes an act, shall only apply to level 1 to level 5 public health facilities. So it means referral hospitals at the national level are excluded. And I would have also thought, Honorable Speaker, that yes, this bill applies to that, public facilities. Why can't we also find a mechanism of roping in some private facilities that are more or less like community run, like mission hospitals, like hospitals started by the community, so that we see how we can also have uniformity of services. Honorable Speaker, it proposes under clause 5.4, it proposes that to retain all receivables by the public health facility shall be considered as a supplement. And this is an important point, and I hope the chair, we need to put it very clear, that there is no way that the county government will deny a health facility funds through the appropriation bill, counter appropriation bill, simply because whatever they expect to collect could be enough to run based on their budget. And that's why I like the clause 5, subclause 4, that actually enforces the county government to continue funding these hospitals. Honorable Speaker, because of time, the other question that we need to be very clear is the disbursement from insurance firms or other relevant entities. Will that funds go direct to the health facility, or again it will go through the long route of county revenue account? We need to be very clear so that if, for example, we are still working with NHI, for example, if somebody went to Seaport Health Center, was treated and charged on NHIF, will that amount go to Seaport Health Center, or will it go first of all to Busia County and then be disbursed to Seaport Health Center? If that remains the case, then that money will never get there. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that we need to be alive to, and we need to, is the management, which we are talking about, county health management team, hospital management team, and then health facility management team. The county health management facility team, county health management team is dominated by the technocrats, is dominated naturally by the doctors.
The Honorable John Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, the cost of health care is punitive, especially to those holding elective offices in this country. If there is any mechanism to relieve such costs to such people, I think it will be most welcome. That's why at this point in time, this bill comes in to really realize the universal health care. Honorable Speaker, if you look at a vehicle, for instance, if the engine is not working or the bearings within the engine are not working, then of course the entire vehicle will not work effectively and efficiently. So having the small units out there operational and responding to the needs of the people, it means the entire system won't be a reality, and that is why we say that universal health care is going to be a reality in this country. Honourable Speaker, this bill provides for prudential management of resources, especially the financial resources. It more or less creates these institutions as small semi-autonomous government agencies, and that will help them now to manage their needs and to plan in a way that they can be able to know what needs they should adopt a planning trajectory that basically enables them to predict what to put in the plan and basically fund that. It's an essential component of this particular bill which will help the health facilities to operate. Honourable Speaker, the greatest problem we have is not just non-performing facilities, it is also the stocking of these facilities of provision of pharmaceutical products. You realize that most of the times people get prescription from the hospitals or from the health centers and the dispensaries, and then they end up buying their medicine from the stores. This is again punitive, it is expensive for most of the Kenyans, and most of the Kenyans do not really have a means of, income to be able to be buying from the pharmaceutical companies or to be buying from the pharmacies, and therefore it will help in a great deal. Honourable Speaker, the cost of medical services is punitive to every Kenyan, not just those who are sick. Every village, every weekend, there is a harambe to meet the cost of medical care. And we have complication of the diseases with time. The universal health care component, as a part of the delivery process of the Kenya Kwanza government, has brought in a great achievement, first of all in identification of what kind of illnesses one has, and the initial response in terms of determining what kind of medical care one requires. Making these facilities operate means we are going to relieve the referral and bigger hospitals, the amount of work that they have to do, the populations that they have to handle on a specific day, the demands that they have for the machines, and even for the doctors or physicians, and that will make the entire system efficient. It will make the system work and make the entire hospital system function better. Honourable Speaker, as we look at the bill, there are several issues that we need to debate as a House and think through how we are going to focus on them. These units have been getting some support from various sources. This unit did not have probably the possibility to get support from other well-wishers or donors. I think we need to incorporate that as a source of revenue for this unit, because if somebody is willing to support a medical unit somewhere within the boundaries of Kenya, they should be allowed to do so. We should also allow them to fundraise in various ways to be able to get the medical services moving on well. Honourable Speaker, I want to conclude by exercising some caution on some issues. Caution on financial management is important. Caution on the supply of pharmaceuticals has been an issue in this particular country. As they manage these units, we need them retrained and learned on how to do it. Also, caution on making sure that the facilities really are clean and efficient in terms of receiving the patients. Some of these facilities may be a source of infection, as it were, because they are dealing in dilapidated state. And finally, the issue of occupancy in terms of managing how many people you can have at any one given time. Honourable Speaker, I have been a victim one time. I had an accident in Tanzania, and I was put with some other people on the same bed who had worse illnesses than I had, and ended up getting an infection from a hospital facility. So it is going to be better for us to have these facilities run in a more efficient manner. Also determining what services to be given at whatever point in time and whichever section it is, and the co-location arrangement of the entire.
Thank you. Deputy Minority Leader, Member for Kathiani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. Mr. Speaker, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation, and Kenya has been grappling with the issue of universal health care. In fact, all the way since our independence 60 years ago. And Mr. Speaker, you remember at the beginning, our founder fathers were talking about the eradication of poverty, ignorance, and disease. And so many years later, we still have rampant poverty, we still have ignorance, and diseases are still ravaging this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I look at this bill, I can see we are almost getting there. I was concerned at the beginning because I had thought that this bill is simply dealing with the issue of people paying monies into our health centers and then retaining the money. But when I read clearly, I realized that Clause 6 does actually recognize that the reimbursements may come also from insurance, which is where we are headed because of the Social Health Insurance Fund. Because in future, we are not supposed to be going to health centers carrying money. But, Mr. Speaker, it's also good to note that health is devolved, and since 2013, health is in the hands of the governors and the county governments. But not all governors and not all counties prioritize healthcare. Mr. Speaker, and that is why you see, even when the budgets of counties are passed and you scrutinize them, you'll be surprised the kind of money that is kept for health compared to other facilities. I mean, some counties will even put infrastructure way ahead of healthcare, which is unfortunate because the idea of devolution was to take services closer to the people. And the services that they really require are to be healthy so that they can be able to work and make an income for themselves. Mr. Speaker, as a result of this lack of serious dedication by some of our counties, you find that healthcare in some counties is in deplorable state. Some of my members have said you go to health centers, there's no medicine, there are no bandages, there are no gloves, there's no x-ray or any other equipment working. And further to that, Mr. Speaker, you notice the grounds in some of our health facilities are totally unkempt. In fact, some of them are breeding grounds for mosquitoes and other pests. Waste is poorly managed, and you know, like in places where we have maternities, you require to have proper incinerators. And they don't, some of them have capacity to be able to dispose of these waste properly, which again becomes quite a health hazard. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of some health centers where electricity bills have piled to the level where Kenya Power and Lighting have to disconnect them. We also have others where water bills have also increased to such a level that they cannot be managed, so they're being disconnected. It's very unfortunate, and that's why I think this bill comes to solve the basic problems that we are facing in our health, by health providers. Mr. Speaker, it authorizes that the health facilities be able to collect money and retain it. That is under Clause 5. And then it proposes that there is authority to incur expenditure be vested in the management teams in those centers, and that is also in Clause 21. Basically, that will ensure that there is money in these centers to be able to run those basic affairs and those minor things that have been facing them and the problems that have been there. But, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I wanted to say that we have to be very, very careful when we are dealing with issues of financial management, because here we are talking about authorizing a team in the health facility to be able to receive money, retain it, and spend it. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issues to do with expenditure, there's all these issues, the laws on public procurement and asset disposal. Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful that those people in those centers, those management teams, are properly guided so that we do not end up devolving corruption from our CECs to the management teams. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I do support.
Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support this. I must support it. This is a bill we did in 2005. Then when devolution came, we put it aside. I'm happy it has come back today, only recognizing that there's devolution. I can tell you, health was more devolved before devolution than it is now. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, I support it because it does just that. It actually devolves health much further. The main objective of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to actually ring fence the money for the health sector. Because at the county level, there are so many competing needs, so that even if money is put in the budget for health, at the time of payment, it actually does not go to health. It will go to other needs, roads, and so on. This does just that. It ring fences. If you look at clause 5, it actually states very clearly, there shall be retention of all monies raised and received on behalf of all public health facilities. There shall be opened a facility improvement financing account for each health facility, and that is crux of the matter. That account used to exist until the county revenue, the account for the revenue for the account came into place. And then if you look at clause 6, Mr. Speaker, it's on the sources of revenue and other receivables for public health facilities improvement fund will include own resource revenues that include monies received as user fees, charges, and monies, and so on, including NHIF, particularly if we use capitation at health center and dispensary level. And then B, money appropriated by the county. What it means that even the money that comes from the county will actually go to this account. So really you are ring-fencing the money. And any additional, any conditional grants and any donation and gifts, actually, it was with Danida that we actually fashioned this because partners wanted to actually give money direct to the health facilities. So now that we are back to this, even donors can give money, partners can give money, the money from the counties will go into this account. And I support it because they have actually done it well. They have actually established a mechanism for the management. Because you see, there is the county health management team, the sub-county health management team that will now actually support level 4, level 3, and level 2. And you have the hospital management team. So there's the sub-county health management team, and then the hospital itself, particularly level 4 and 5, will have the management teams. The only thing that I've seen in those committees that we need to look at is a representation of the community. At that level, I've not seen the representation of the community, and it is necessary. If you go to health facility management team, that is particularly level 2 and level 3. That I find acceptable, very acceptable, because they have actually increased the community. Colleagues, if you think about this thing, it's actually amazing simple. Secondary schools have been managed this way for many, many years. Why do we think that health facilities cannot be managed in this way? Now, what is important is the support they get, and we have fear of actually losing this. But what we did, and what I think they must do now, is put accounting mechanisms for this, so that for level 4 and level 5 can actually have their own accountants. Secondary schools have bazaars. So when you are a level 4, you have a hospital administrator. You can have an accountant there or an accounting officer. Then for level 2 and 3 at the sub-county level, why can't we put an accountant that serves the whole sub-county, even a county, to help these level 2s and level 3s to manage their accounts? Mr. Speaker, this is something that I think will work, because the facilities can manage to purchase the thing and bridge a gap. Like, for example, when KEMS has not brought money, they can use the little money they collect themselves to improve the facilities. The experience
Give PS 1 minute.
The experience we had when we used this, the facilities actually improved. They were cleaner. They bought cleaning materials with this money. And the communities were involved, at least at health center levels, so that the community took an active part in the management of the facilities. And now that we are back to this, the committees are going to be appointed and the communities will be involved. I think it's a good movement in supporting UHC program. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Martin Wanyonyi. Is the Honorable Deco Dallo in the House? Is that you? This member for Garissa Township, right after the Honorable Martin, right after him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I also support this particular bill. So, Speaker, in Article 43 of the Constitution, subsection 1, we promise the people of Kenya that we will be able to provide them with the highest standard health care, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, when we were devolving functions in our Constitution, we devolved healthcare, Mr. Speaker. But we never supported with the requisite resources in ensure that the Kenyan people are able to access the quality healthcare that was envisioned by the draft of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this particular bill is a solution and is going to finally help the people of Kenya to be able to get healthcare that is quality, that is accessible, and that is diverse, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, for a very long time, we have seen governors, for you to be able to allocate resources for any facility, a dispensary or a health center, to get resources, an MCA or a member of parliament or a MedSoup must be known to the governor. If you are not known to the governor, Mr. Speaker, you will not get resources. Your healthcare or your dispensary will not be funded. But, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill is now going to ensure that it doesn't matter whether you know the governor, you know the deputy governor, or you know the CC finance, your healthcare, your health facility is going to get resources for infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, for a very long time, we have not been able to put in place measures to be able to motivate our people to enhance revenue collection. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the resources and the revenue that's going to be collected at the health facility will remain within and be utilized locally is also a mechanism to ensure that health facilities are motivated to continue and enhance revenue collection. So, Mr. Speaker, I really support this particular bill, and also seek that we have had very good measures before. But the biggest problem in the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, remains corruption. We must also go out of our way to ensure that while we work to retain these monies at the health facilities, we must also work around to disrupt, to destroy, and ensure that we complete and remove corruption in management of this particular funding. So, Mr. Speaker, really for me, I support this bill and thank my chairman, Honorable Pokose, and leader of majority for midwifing this particular bill. And I'm hoping that as we pass it, we will also see that governors now they will not take advantage of this facility improvement fund now that is available for governors to stop supporting health and reallocating money to other things. We must also put governors to task to ensure that they must also continue alongside this particular fund. They should also continue supporting facilities equitably. We've seen governors where, or rather counties where, a governor for 5 years is only supporting a particular hospital or 1 or 2 hospitals at the expense of other facilities. So we want to also ensure that while we pass this fund, governors must also continue allocating money across board and equitably among facilities in the respective counties. I support this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, also for giving me this opportunity. One, the bill as tabled, I see it to help decongest mainly the main referral hospitals and facilities and level 5 hospitals, because as we are now, the situation is that all the health facilities, that is the health center, level 4, 3, and 2, are abandoned because of lack of these facilities on the ground. This bill will support the UHC program. Mr. Speaker, as one of the colleagues have said here, this arrangement worked in the past. and I'm a witness to it that it worked in the past, but was abandoned after the devolution. Now, as it is, those in the villages and down on the ground are all seeking facility or health facility from the main referral hospital or level 5 hospitals. It's as a result, because most of these infrastructures in these local hospitals or village hospitals or village centers, health centers, are not taken care of by the county governments. The county government is mainly concentrating on the referral hospital, and they have abandoned the health centers and the dispensaries on the ground. For a constituency of my constituency, I have launched a NHIF program of up to 1,000 families and households in the villages to the most vulnerable people. And once these funds are retained at the health facilities or health centers, they can also easily improve. The management of those facilities can easily improve and avail medicine at the ground, on the ground. Mr. Speaker, my tour of one of the health facilities, I must commend my county government of one of the facilities. They are piloting now to see whether this program will work. And they have allowed one of the health centers to collect money up to from the patients and also those who have NHIF cards. And that money is retained there, and it is now working. And for that, I want to say I support this bill, and I believe this is the direction we should take. And this, if we reinforce or ring-fence the management of these funds at the facility level, I believe strongly that as we provide quality health care to our people, this is the way to go. So for those few remarks, I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm grappling a lot with the orange women high table. I don't know what they're going to do because they are all lined up one after the other. So I'll give two and you share, all of you together. The Honorable, this is the team of Honorable Catherine Omanyo, the Honorable Member for Migori, the member for nominated member, Honorable Zamzam. That orange women, there's a women high table. I'll Honorable Owino, I've not heard from a lady on this particular bill. I've heard from 6 men already on this particular bill. No single lady so far. So I'll listen to order member for Endebess. I'll listen to, because on the order I have here, I'll listen to Honorable Catherine Omanyo, then I'll listen to the Honorable Pareyo, then I'll turn it this side again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has made me smile today because somebody has thought twice. If you look at the health facilities in the villages, first of all, the infrastructure is in question. If a pregnant woman was to be referred to those better facilities from these village ones, they might even prematurely give birth or abort. So if these other branches or smaller health facilities will be well managed, then the services will have moved to the real Wanjiku in the villages, and we will actually be better people in our society, because the basic need, if we cannot have our health sector work, then it means we are having an unhealthy society that cannot produce. And also medicine that has been scarce in most hospitals at the county level, things like gloves, basic things that any nurse or doctor needs, syringes, will be available. That means also the services will be improved, and our people will not be worried anymore. And people will be encouraged to give, to pay, because if the services are available, then they will not be feeling the pain of paying. Today, you can even sell a plot and still not have a doctor in that health facility. But if there is money, that means our doctors will be attracted to work in the county levels, and they will not be looking to go abroad to give their services, but they will be happy to treat people at home. The pay will be there, will not be having strikes all the time. And the gap between the rich and the poor, because sometimes if you don't have money and you are sick, you will start praying and hoping that the disease just disappears because you don't have money. Today, if you went to any facility, money first, then you are paid. But with this kind of arrangement, they will treat you first, and then the other arrangements come forth. So I support the motion, and I think everybody else should support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill. This is a bill that touches the people at the grassroots level. And this is a bill that we all need to support because health is very important to our people. And we all agree that every weekend, every Saturday, you have more than 10 people in your house as an MP who need money because one of their relatives is unable to pay the bills at the hospital. And when this bill is in place, then it means that the health facilities will never miss all the necessary basic things that they need, like the needles, the bandages, and all the medicine that they need. And what makes me happy or support this bill is because the health facilities will be allowed to use the money that they collect to buy the necessary medicine that they need. For this reason, I support, because when this money goes to the county level, this money might not come back to the people, because the county also have their priorities and could be buying medicine or something for the small health facilities was not a priority for them. They will put the money in their own planned priorities. And for that reason, I support this bill, and I'm asking all the members to support it because it is a very important and a necessary bill that has come at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand also to support this bill of finance, Facilities Improvement Finance Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is truly a good bill that is going to make a big difference in our communities and also in our healthcare system in our country. There have been a lot of embezzlement and a lot of corruption in most of the health facilities. And when you go to a health facility, you find out that most of these facilities are in bad shape. Not because they wanted to, but because of the way the funds were appropriated. And as such, no funds really was specifically ring-fenced to provide the improvement of facilities in most of the health centers or health facilities. And as such, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is going to bring a big difference because it will ensure that most of the facilities are managed, because it is also providing where that most of the health centers, most of the hospitals, most of the health facilities will have management committee, which its purpose is to manage the facility, its finances, and how the hospital management team will provide how these funds will be managed. And more so, Mr. Speaker, this bill, as it is, as I look at Part 4, management and the administration of the improvement financing. The county executive committee member shall support the implementation of the facility improvement financing by facilitating effective collection and retention of the facility improvement funds. So this particular bill is going to make sure that whatever is collected will not be misappropriated or will not be embezzled, and it will go specifically to the facility itself. One of the biggest what improves to healing to a patient is how the facility actually looks. If you go to a facility that looks like it's run down, a facility that has even your faith in the doctors and in faith in the medication that you'll be given there will also go down. You don't want to be taken to a place that it looks like a shack. You want to go to a facility that's well maintained, that is clean, well improved, and well managed. So this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, is good bill, and I support it, and I hope that all members will support this bill, and it will go into improving healthcare in our country. I support the bill.
Is the member for Gemba Central in the House? The Honorable Daniel Carido. Okay. Member for Bureti.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I rise also to support the passing of this bill, the bill that seeks to devolve for true and for the last time the health sector within our country. First, there's been quite a big thing, and the discussion that has been going on in the villages is how health sector has been managed. And to this end, this bill seeks to cure one of the most fundamental things, the sources of funding to the health sector. And the question that we've always had is, why do hospitals generate revenue and yet it does not receive what it has generated out of the funds that they receive from the patients and all those who make gifts towards the hospital? This bill, by allowing the hospitals and health facilities to be able to retain all the funds that they receive as revenue and as costs that they have incurred in treating the people within those regions, that they may use that for management of those facilities, improvement of those facilities, and providing services within those communities, is something that is the greatest news to me and to the people of Bureti and the county of Kericho and the rest of this nation. Mr. Speaker, it's also good to note that this retaining of these resources does not bar or does not prohibit the county governments from further appropriating funds for the purposes of facilitating growth and improvement of these facilities. With this bill, we will be able to expect, therefore, together with the Kenya Kwanza program that we have in the UHC, which is to be launched in Kericho on the 20th, that we will be able, therefore, to have the comprehensive health mechanism and management from the local level, from the dispensaries to the health facility level 4. And to this end, all our hospitals will be equipped, all our hospitals will be better managed, including the participation of the communities and the diversity of the people that we have within those communities to be able to manage these facilities. This, with the appropriation, with this bill coming through, the diversity of our geography, that there are different regions in this country handling different diseases, and sometimes even handling different scenarios in medical scheme. Those hospitals near the roads, which receive casualties, and those hospitals which are far removed from the roads, receiving probably preventive and also managing the curative sector of the health sector, will be able actually to receive commensurate towards what the services they offer. I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because finally health will be devolved, health will be better managed, health within our counties will actually be the thing that we had envisaged as the Kenya Kwanza government. And with the launch of the UHC program, therefore we will see the improvement of all these facilities from level 1 to level 4. With this, I support, Mr. Speaker.
Go to Mombasa, member for Mombasa.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nataka nichukue fursa hii niweze kuunga mswada ambao umeletwa leo na kiongozi wa wengi katika bunge hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, maradhi yamekuwa donda sugu katika jamii yetu na yamekuwa yakisambaa kwa haraka, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ilikuwa watu wakienda katika hospitali kubwa wakiwa na maradhi yale ya kusambaa haraka, wanaweza kusambaza sehemu kubwa sana katika taifa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Leo mswada huu wa leo umeweza kuwawezesha wale CHP waweze kusaidia watu kutoka katika majumba yao, waweze wakapata msaada ama katika zile hospitali ndogo ndogo ambazo ziko karibu yao, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ndio maana mimi nasema kuwa huduma ikizidi kwenda mashinani, basi napatia serikali wepesi wa kuweza kumudu na kutenda kazi kwa ubora. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri shairi kuwa hata watoto wetu ambao wamesomea udaktari waweze wakapata nafasi kule mashinani, ikiwa kama hizi hospitali ndogo ndogo zitawezesha kukusanya mapeni yao ya kuweza kuendeleza shughuli za hospitali, ili wasiweze kuanguka katika mitihani ya kukosa namna ya kuweza kuendeleza hospitali, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo wana haki na usawa wa kuweza kuandika madaktari wao ama wakaweza kuandika nurses wao kule chini, na wakaweza kupatia wananchi huduma kwa wepesi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ile Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa pia kusema CHV ama CHP wamejitolelea kwa muda mrefu sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Naomba pia katika mswada huu waweze kukumbukwa ili waweze kupata hata kama ni kitu kidogo cha kuweza kuwapa nguvu ya kuweza kuhudumia wananchi kwa wepesi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wamejitolelea kwa kuenda katika maradhi mazito. Wakati ule tulikuwa na corona, tuliona CHP ndio wanazunguka katika majumba, Mheshimiwa Spika, na ni haki kwao kuweza kupata hata kama ni kitu kidogo cha kuweza kuwasaidia kusukuma maisha, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka nimalizie nikisema naunga mswada huu wa leo. Naunga sana kwa mikono yangu yote na kusema ikiwa kuna miswada ambayo imeletwa bungeni, miswada ambayo ni mizuri sana, miswada ambayo inagusa jamii, basi ni mswada huu wa leo wa kuweza kupeleka huduma ya afya chini mashinani kwa wananchi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mwisho kabisa, kama mama county, naombea taifa la Palestine wapate amani, waweze kukaa kwa amani, na Mwenyezi Mungu awape wepesi kwa mtihani ambao wanafuatia. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana. Turudi Nairobi, tuende Dagoretti Kusini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to really support this bill. Mr. Speaker, knowing very well I have been in Senate, and for the first time, I think we have seen a few bills that come from Senate that are bills that are now dealing with issues of counting. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, also to appreciate the strides that we've made as a country, Mr. Speaker. And really, when you look at the 2001, the African Union, the Abuja Declaration, I think that is where we are headed as a country. And really, we must appreciate the strides we've made, knowing very well that it has been so difficult to ensure you have financing that will really go more devolved than what we have been giving counties. Mr. Speaker, when you also look at the Ouagadougou Declaration, I think that is where we are as Kenya. We have ensured now we have leadership in governance for health, health service deliveries, human resource of health, which we need to really work on, Mr. Speaker, health financing, which we are talking about today when you look at the bill, and health technologies. And Mr. Speaker, more importantly, just ensuring that for effective community ownership, that now we bring in the participation of health and creating an enabling policy for communities to engage, to participate, to build their capacities, and to ensure that the strategies they put in are able to deal with the health challenges that we are facing. When you look at this bill, Mr. Speaker, Article 11 talks about that. But more importantly...
The Honorable Mbai will have to do something better. Sorry for the interruption. Just please do something about him.
Mr. Speaker, having looked at that, we are also saying that it is time that the Ministry of Health can also look at the quality assurance that we are seeing in the private hospitals, especially the ones at the community level. Mr. Speaker, in Dagoretti, we have a community hospital called Muteidania, and it is a hospital that needs to be rechecked by the ministry. The things that are happening there, the maternal deaths that I have seen this week is unbelievable. And it is something we also need to question, even as we look at the financing of our public health centers. We have to ask ourselves, what happened to quality assurance to the private hospitals? Who checks nowadays since health was devolved, Mr. Speaker? Yes, we left formulation of policy, and I believe quality assurance to the national government, and there is time they go back also on the ground to check that, Mr. Speaker. We also need to ask ourselves the issue of medication, the issue of drugs. Mr. Speaker, when you look at it, you find yourself walking into a chemist, and when you're taking that drug, most Kenyans are becoming very resistant to antibiotics. You cannot heal very fast. Even as ourselves, we are wondering, are we taking the right drugs? Do we have quality assurance to ensure that this will happen? So, Mr. Speaker, as I appreciate the Senate for the work they've done, and appreciate that by the end, on the 20th, we shall see now the President launch the issue of community health workers, and being very proud of Nairobi that our community health workers, at least they are able to get incentives every month on the work they are doing, that we shall now see a vibrant health sector coming up, and our NHIF also awakening itself to ensure that even when we go to hospital, people are able to be treated. Because one of the challenges Kenya is facing today, one of the tourism that we have going to India and all over, Mr. Speaker, is because of health, and not just health, that you enter into a hospital and you might find yourself being diagnosed wrongly, you might find yourself being given the wrong drug, just the way Omunyala was given, and he were to be banned because of having a drug that had also some chemicals that when he went for his athletics, he was told, you have decided to give yourself a drug. When he realized it was just a drug he was given for medication. So, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, this is something we have to look at, to appreciate, and I'm hoping the other...
The clerks at the table, you're not warning members of their timelines. Give her 30 seconds. You're not warning them when their time is almost up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to finalize is to say that I'm hoping the 3 bills that are coming in are bills that are going to enhance universal health care. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and really thank the Senate.
Thank you. Member for Lamu East.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Kuna haja kubwa ya huu mswada. Mswada huu utatusaidia sana. Utatoa changamoto nyingi zilioko upande wa afya. Changamoto zilioko ni nyingi, kama mfano utatusaidia sana ile michango. Na pia utatusaidia sana kupunguza watu kwenda nchi jirani, Tanzania, nikisema Moshi, na pia India. Sana tunafanya michango, watu wakienda nchi hizo. Na sio kwamba wana matibabu sana kutushinda sisi. Sisi tuna madaktari wazuri, tuna hospitali mzuri, shida tu ni gharama ya matibabu huwa yako juu. Mswada huu, Bwana Spika, utatusaidia kuondoa zile hamasa au hisia wakati mtu anataka kuzika mtu wake mwili na hawezi kuzika kwa sababu umeshikwa hospitali. Hospitali nyingi zinashika mwili, ziwe zetu hizi za serikali au ziwe za binafsi. Kuna sheria ya kusema kwamba mwili usishikwe hospitali, lakini mpaka sasa miili inashikwa, na inakuwa special kwa sisi Waislamu. Tunataka kuzika haraka haraka, lakini mtu anashikiliwa, hawezi kutolewa kwa sababu zile gharama au zile bills zilizoko hospitali. Bwana Spika, mswada huu utatusaidia kuhakikisha Wale wanyonge nao wamepata huduma. Kwa mfano, watu wa Basuba kwa sababu ni kidogo, huwa saa ingine hawapati zile huduma. Wakiangaliwa kura zao ni kidogo, magavana wanaangalia kura nyingi ni wapi wapeleke ni, lakini kwa sababu ya mswada huu haitoangalia kwamba wewe una kura ngapi, utapata hizo huduma. Bwana Spika, paka sasa ni mambo ya kusikitisha. Sehemu nyingine baada ya huu ugatuzi paka sasa wodi nzima haina hospitali. Matatizo yakitokea, sisi kule kwetu Basuba ward tunachukuliwa na KDF kupelekwa level 5 hapo King Fahad. Sasa mswada huu utaondoa matatizo hayo. Mswada huu pia nataka pia nimeona imezungumzia mambo ya wale wanyonge, wale maskini, indigent. Wale nataka pia katika mswada ukipita na tuhakikishiwe kwamba kila eneo bunge ina wale wa maskini wamechaguliwa kwa kila eneo bunge. Tujue majina ni kina nani na wanaosaidiwa kina nani, wengine wasije wakasahauliwa katika mswada huu. Maana kwa mswada huu ni mzuri, utupate kutusaidia. Bwana Spika, mswada huu utasaidia pesa zifike kule mashinani, kule watu ambao hawatambuliki, kule watu ambao wametengwa, kule watu ambao kuna changamoto za usafiri, kama eneo ninaloliwakilisha mimi kule Lamu Mashariki. Nimefurahi sana na mswada huu, na ningepongeza Seneti na pia majority leader nimpongeze, na umuhimu upite, na hata kama tunaupitisha leo haraka haraka upite, watu wapate kusaidika. Asante Bwana Spika.
Member for Marsabit. Please give her 5 minutes. Not this member, you alerted her when she was still having 2 minutes, so she had to wind up earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to give my contribution towards this very important bill, Bill on Facilities Improvement, Finance Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Senate for coming up with such a very important bill that touches on the life of every Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that where we come from, our people have always been having challenges to take care of themselves and their health, and many have been forced even to travel out of the country. But even within our country, and especially in some counties like mine, people have suffered and have faced a lot of challenges, whereby you travel for over 300 kilometers to find a health facility. And the worst part of it is, even after doing that, you come to a health facility or a health center and you realize that they cannot help you much because there is no personnel, enough personnel or qualified. Then the other thing is they don't have even the medicine. And the best they can tell you is just to tell you, okay, go and buy Panadol or this other medicine from any chemist. And we know very well that members of parliament have incurred a lot of expense also, whereby those who are living with terminal illnesses have been calling us after selling all their property, after the entire family have lost all that they own due to health expenses. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to take this opportunity to thank the missionaries and faith-based organizations who have in the past helped the people of this country by building and managing health facilities. And if it were not for that, I'm sure many of us wouldn't maybe even be here. And it is through that support that Kenyans have accessed medical care in the villages. And today, as I stand, I want to just thank God and our government, because our president is so focused on taking care of health of our people and making sure that it shall not be the same again
for every Kenyan to face, the facing of challenges, the bills that people have incurred, and traveling for a long distance just to find a health center where you can be treated. I support this bill because it will stimulate increased revenue collection. At that village level, they will be able to collect their own revenue and to manage it. And again, we will all be given equal opportunity. For the first time, we are talking of all Kenyans and every part of this country. And if there is any bill that needs our support, it is this bill, because equality and balancing every part of this country will be put into consideration. Again, I support this bill because it provides financial management and the autonomy that every health facility needs. Accountability will be put in place, and making sure that it is effective and efficient will also be put in place. The quality is what really encourages me, quality of health centers. And Mr. Speaker, we need to all support this and encourage also our young people to go for the trainings, so that when that time comes, we will be able to employ the local people, because it will be hard for any person to be treated if you don't understand the local language. So I encourage our young people who have finished their schools, instead of just sitting at home, please make sure that you go for training, you'll be equipped, so that these facilities will have the right people to serve our communities. And with those few remarks, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Fondiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm a very happy man because I've been fighting for this since I joined the healthcare delivery system.
Where have you been fighting?
Internationally and nationally.
Okay.
And Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting because, we started working in the 80s, but these things were working very well in the Ministry of Health. But the same thing which was working well was changed, and now we are going back to what was working well. And this is known by Kenyans. We produce documentation, legislation, policies. Some are working very well outside this country, but we keep on changing them. Mr. Speaker, I give you an example of my own health center, Malela Health Center in Homa Bay, in Ndewa constituency, where we community elected management team and use the best resources, human resources in that area. The chair is a professor of medicine. So they do their budget according to the needs of that facility. And that is what it should be. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that when this, like right now across the board, every MP can testify to this lack of essential medication, essential services like security, water system, and all these. This makes the disease progression goes higher, and the cost of treating diseases becomes much, much higher. For example, if the facility is lacking a diagnostic system, you may treat typhoid for malaria, and before you know it, the progression is so high, and the disease has advanced, now you have to use a lot of money. And that is why sending money directly to these facilities will ensure that there are drugs, there are all those essential requirements that a facility should have. The other point is that accountability, which we are talking about from the national to counties, actually is much better at the community level with those committees I've talked about. Because the budget and those budgets reflects what is going on, and they approve themselves. That is what I would go for as accountability system. Can you imagine, Speaker, when delivery reimbursement is given to the counties and then to the facilities and it doesn't reach there? And when now the women go to deliver, there is nothing. So it's as if all the money is retained somewhere and people are suffering at the ground level. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about a Abuja declaration. This is financing healthcare at a tune of 15%, at least 15%. Right now, we are saying, Honorable Baya, we are saying we are at 6%. Nobody knows whether we are at 6%. But if we have an accounting system for money given to these facilities directly, plowed to the facilities, we may know how much is budgeted for healthcare system in this country. Right now, we don't know how that is working. So I think this is a good bill and will help us to do that. The only problem is Section 6, and I hope the chair was in the House, but I think Dr. Nyikale is here. Section 6, which talks about the equitable share. This one, we have to do something, maybe at amendment stage. We are not sure how counties will remit that money to the facilities, because the other one is direct. But this one will be a problem because it has to be held in the consolidated account and then given to them, which they normally don't do.
Then our club, what is out of order? Wait for the mic. Honorable Wino, resume your seat for a minute. I hear him.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 95. Looking at the mood of the House and the concurrence of this bill, I will ask that we call the mover to reply, Mr. Speaker.
How did you get the mood of the House, Honorable McLaughlin?
Mr. Speaker, because it is agreeing on the board that this is a bill that is generally accepted across the political divide, and Mr. Speaker, it will be able we fast track the process because it's generally agreed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
When we mix this bill together with the bills for NHIF, Mr. Speaker, this is a perfect deal for the people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Order, members, order. The Honorable McLaughlin has rose on his seat and claimed that we call the mover to reply. I don't remember that. Order, members, order. The Honorable Soro, can you assume your seat? Order, members. The Honorable Ruku. Order, members. Order. The Honorable Baya, resume your seat. Order. Honorable Watch, order. I want to guide as follows, honorable members. The Honorable Ruku will resume your seat. You shall resume your seat, Honorable Ruku. The Honorable Ruku, resume your seat. The Honorable Ruku, resume your seat. The Honorable Ruku, resume your seat, please.
We have other things in the constituency, in the ministries, and other parts of the republic to do. We are not here, know that we don't have time to go and do other things. We can't be taken for granted, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ruku,
something.
The Honorable Ruku, resume your seat, Honorable Ruku. The Honorable Ruku, resume your seat. You know, just hold. The honorable members, this is something that is very simple. You don't have to spend any energy or emotion on it. What the Honorable McLaughlin has done is what is done normally. There's nothing, Honorable Soro. What the Honorable McLaughlin has done is very normal. So many times we've done this, our members rose on their seats and said they will call upon to reply. Where members don't agree, they say they don't agree and we proceed. Where members agree, Honorable Ruku, resume your seat and let me finish. On this particular matter, I wish to guide as follows on this matter. That we got two bills that are almost of the same subject. And looking at my list of speakers, those who are supposed to speak next, the persons who are claiming they want to speak actually aligned to speak next. So what I would do, the Honorable McLaughlin, the two members who are saying they must speak are the ones speaking next on my list. I would request them that we allow the process to proceed, then come the next bill, they can have the first bite at the cherry. I think that would be a better way of dealing with the matter. I'll allow them to comment on this other bill if the vote I'm going to call for goes that way. So therefore, I would put the question that is it the mood of the members in the House that the mover be called upon to reply? Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. No. Can he finish? Can he finish? Is allowed? The Honorable, you only have 30 seconds remaining, but because the motion has been passed, you resume your seat.
Listen to
the mover to reply. Mover. Yes, Honorable Fatuma.
Mr. Speaker, I find the honorable member standing to be disrespectful to your seat and to other members. I think we are all elected, we are all MPs of equal nature. If a decision has been made in this House, he should respect the decision of the majority. May we proceed and may he respect the decision that has been made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, in reply, I would like to say that this is an important bill for the nation. We need to streamline health facilities in this country and the health laws in this country to give this country a new regime in management of facilities. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you so much, Honorable Baya. For obvious reasons, I will call the next order.
Order number 14, the Primary Healthcare Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader, who is moving? This is the Majority Whip. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Primary Healthcare Bill, 2023, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, be read for the second time. Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, the bill is aligned to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 as it facilitates the progressive realization of the right to the highest attainment standard of health, including the right of the health care services guaranteed under Article 43, 1A, Article 21(2) of the Constitution, and requires the state to take legislative, policy, and other measures to achieve the progressive realization of the rights guaranteed in Article 43. The bill therefore facilitates the fulfillment of this obligation by both levels of government as it makes healthcare frameworks in the country responsive to the unique health needs of the Kenyan population in each county and sub-county in furtherance of devolution. Honorable Speaker, indeed, primary health care is essential in ensuring that all Kenyans not only access good quality health care, but also fully participate in the management of their specific health needs. In this regard, the bill provides for community health care services, commencing at the household level, and facility health care services starting from the community, dispensaries, and the health centers, with all linking to the hospitals to form a network of practice. Further, the bill is aligned to the Health Act number 21 of 2017, which is the principal law on health matters in the country. Honorable Speaker, the first schedule to the Health Act number 21 of 2017 recognizes community health services at level 1, and it's managed by the community health extension workers. And the bill therefore strengthens these levels 1 services, as community health promoters are important players in the health sector as they deal directly with the community. They are also familiar with the households in their areas of residence as well as the language of the people, because they are picked from the community, Honorable Speaker. Community health promoters will therefore greatly assist in preventive care, as by going door to door, they will be able to identify the people in need of health care services before their health conditions escalate. Because these are their aunts, these are their sisters, they are their brothers, they are their relatives, and they are picked from that very community. and it's very easy to identify who is sick and who is not. Honorable Speaker, the bill aims to establish a framework for the delivery of access to and management of primary health care through creation of an elaborate primary health care network at each county and sub-county level for equitable distribution of resources and healthcare services. This is in line with the Kenya Health Financing Strategy 2020 to 2030, which is aimed at ensuring that the financing of healthcare services is done in a fair and efficient manner for the benefit of all Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, the bill has 25 clauses, and it seeks to provide a framework for the delivery of access to management of primary health care in the country. The bill also creates an elaborate primary health care network at each county and sub-county level to ensure equitable distribution of resources and health services. The bill further proposes the establishment of county primary health care advisory committee that are mandated to ensure the effective implementation of primary health care through resource mobilization and advocacy and the planning and development of primary healthcare service delivery. And of course, this committee, Honorable Speaker, is also picked from among the community members of that very particular county. Honorable Speaker, Part 1 of Clause 1 to 3 of the bill provides for the preliminary provisions and outline the objections of the bill, which are, number 1, or A, promote and fulfill the rights of all persons in Kenya towards a progressive realization of their right to the highest sustainable standard of health care. B, promote the implementation of primary health care through a systematic approach and clear delineation of roles of the stakeholders, all the stakeholders towards the realization of universal health care coverage. C, Honorable Speaker, provides for the establishment of primary health care networks, community health units, and other stakeholders centered in engagement forums for sustainable provision of primary health care services. D, Honorable Speaker, it also provides for the role of the multidisciplinary team in the provisions of the primary health care services. And finally, E, provides for the role of community health officers. You know, it defines their roles. It defines the role of the community health assistants. It also defines the community health promoters in the provision of community-based primary health care services. Honorable Speaker, Part 2, clauses 4 to 7, Honorable Speaker, of the bill details the primary health care services that are accessible at the community level and in the health facilities. The bill in Clause 7, Honorable Speaker, mandates the county governments to facilitate the delivery of these services by, and this is very important because health is now fully devolved. So the county governments is mandated to deliver these services by, number 1, adopting a supportive and innovative modern approaches for disease identification, monitoring, surveillance, early warning, research, community education, and information sharing. That is the responsibility of the county government. To also provide, they should also be providing the community and stakeholder support to the respective primary health care facilities to facilitate optimal service provision. Honorable Speaker, they also are supposed to enhance the availability of quality services, accessibility and predictability of standardized primary health care services through effective leadership and governance, resourcing private-public partnerships, sharing of essential health products and technologies, and integrated health information systems. Honorable Speaker, they are also supposed to ensure that there is continuous community engagement. Of course, this now includes training and registration of households within communities, within their units, within the community health units in each primary health care network. And finally, Honorable Speaker, they are also supposed, and that is the county government, they are supposed to guarantee that primary health care services are optimally financed and resourced to offer quality care to all patients and residents in the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Part 3, which is Clause 8 to 13 of the bill, provides for the establishment of the primary health care workforce, which includes community health promoters and healthcare providers. The part also sets out the modalities on the selection and recruitment of community health promoters by the county government, as well as the obligations of the county government in relation to county health promoters. Honorable Speaker, even as I present this, because this is a matter that is fully devolved, I don't know whether it's by coincidence, I have about 2 chief officers in my office now watching and following to see their particular responsibility as far as this whole thing is concerned. So under the bill, I need to inform them because they are watching, and that is the Chief Officer for Nairobi, Musiria, that under the bill, a community health promoter shall be selected by the community through a public participation forum and appointed by the county government. And to qualify for such a selection and appointment as a community health promoter under Clause 9, a person must be a Kenyan citizen. He must have attained the age of 18 years, and that is the majority age in the other language, must be of sound mind, must be responsible and respected member of the community, must be able to understand the role of the community health promoter, and be a resident of the respective community for a continuous period of not less than 5 years prior to the appointment date. Because the purpose of this whole thing is to make sure that every person, I mean, those people who are selected or given this job are people who understand that area very well, so that we don't get people who do not understand that there is a sick patient here who needs care. So this person must also be literate and can read and write in at least one of the national languages and the local language. And must have not been disqualified for appointment. On a light note, Honorable Speaker, if this was an application for Honorable Renee Mayaka, she wouldn't qualify under G because she's still learning the local language, and must not have been disqualified for appointment to office by the above. But she qualifies in Nairobi.
The Honorable Renee speaks very good Luo. Which local language are you talking about?
She speaks very good Luo. Yeah, you are right.
Which local language?
You are right. She speaks very good Luo. Yeah, you are right. She's called Mayaka, not Kisi. I have not been able to, this person must have not been disqualified for appointment to office by the above criteria or by any other law. No, but you qualify in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, Part 4 of Clause 14 to 15 of the bill details the role of national government in primary health care policy and the financing of primary health care functions by the national government in accordance with the law relating to county government's additional allocations. The additional resources allocated by the national government shall be a supplement and not a substitute. And this must be very clear. It's a supplement and not a substitute of the resources allocated by the respective county governments. Honorable Speaker, Part 5, which is clauses 16 to 21 of the bill, contains provisions on the management of primary health care services. The bill provides for the roles of the county governments and the functions of the various administrative committees established in the bill. The committees are the County Primary Health Care Advisory Committee, that is what this part provides for, the Primary Health Care Network Committees, just 3 committees, and finally, the Community Health Committee. That is also provided in clauses 17, 19, and 21 of the bill, respectively. Honorable Speaker, Part 10 of the bill is clauses 22 to 25. And that very particular part provides for the miscellaneous provisions, including transitional provisions. It also provides for offenses. It provides for penalties, regulations, and compliance with the Data Protection Act of 2019. Of course, for purposes of protecting the rights of the subjects. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, this bill is in line with the government's priority of using primary health care and seeks to ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable and comprehensive quality health services right from the primary level of care. That the presumption of having patients, a patient very, very sick, deep in the villages, transferred all the way without a basic primary health care to Kenyatta National Hospital or a hospital that is nearby in some town, should be a thing of the past. That the community health care officers will handle that, will have skills to handle that person right from the village, even as they bring that person or have that person brought to the hospital for further care. So this will also reduce the disease burden by such people, and the current high cost of out-of-pocket expenditure on healthcare, as there will be early detection of diseases, especially chronic illness. With the basic knowledge, of course, some people develop diseases like diabetes without knowledge, without their knowledge that they are sick. And when it's detected, you find it's a little bit late to manage. So these community healthcare workers will be able to help because they'll have that basic information by the mere fact that they know they have small clusters of management. They can be able to manage about 5, 10, or 15 households. They'll be able to know that the signs I saw in this person, as the signs that I was taught on as symptoms of diabetes, for instance, and they'll start that very primary care from that particular section. So, Honorable Speaker, with those very, very many remarks, I beg to move and ask with tremendous respect, Honorable Rocco to second.
You're allowed to ask Honorable Kose for notes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we don't want to turn this parliament into a kangaroo. We want to transact very serious business. And in the process of transacting very serious business, Mr. Speaker, we have to exercise justice to the people of the Republic of Kenya, who sent us to represent them in this House. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order number 35 talks about the quorum of the House. And from the looks of things, Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Ruku, this is the order of things. You've been asked to second the motion. Proceed to second the motion. Proceed to second the motion. I order that you proceed to second the motion.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this motion. Matters of health in the Republic of Kenya must be treated as a matter of urgency, Mr. Speaker. Because this country, we pray that one day we will be able to support health care in all corners of the Republic, where no Kenyan will be sick and not able to go to hospital and get proper treatment. In many countries, health care is taken very seriously, and this government pays for their citizens. We also hope that one day the Republic of Kenya will be able to take care of education, will be able to take care of the social amenities of the people of this country. But for us to do that, we must be able to know where that money will come from, Mr. Speaker. At the moment, this nation is facing serious problem of financing some of these basic requirements, health being one of them. Sharing against DORA is striding every day. These are some of the things of concern, Mr. Speaker, as we take care of our health. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I second this motion, at the same time praying that we'll move with speed to take care of the basic needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Would you just second again? You second the bill.
I second the bill.
Thank you. The honorable members, allow me to propose that the primary health care bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, be now read a second time. The first bite goes to Honorable. The first contributor will be Honorable Pukose. Honorable Anthony Thomas Oloch. Go ahead. Go ahead, Honorable Anthony.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on standing order number 95 and say that going by the mood of the House and taking into account that we do not wish to debate, going by the previous precedent, I rise to ask that the mover of this motion be called upon to reply. And I sympathize very much with the Honorable Rukus when he rose in his feet in the previous one saying that we come here to debate, and I, being a lawyer like Honorable Rukus.
Honorable Lodge, what is out of order, Honorable Lodge?
I have stood on my place under standing order number 95 and asked that you gauge the mood of the House, that the mover be called upon to reply, because we appear that we do not want to exercise our rights under Article 95 to debate. Let the mover be called upon to reply. We move to the next order.
Thank you.
Put the question.
Is that the mood of the House?
Let's put the question.
Is that the mood of the House that they will call upon to reply?
Put the question. Put the question. Honorable Nani, you cannot probate and approbate at the same time.
The Honorable Watch, you've had your day.
Put the question.
This is my ruling on that matter. That based on what I've heard from the Honorable Watch, as his reasons for calling him to reply, I direct that his standing up on standing order number 95 is an abuse of our standing orders and decline to ask the question on the matter. I'll now ask the Honorable Pukosi to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this very important bill, that I stand to support the primary health care bill number 44 of 2023. Let me begin by thanking the members of the Health Committee that I chair for their support in the preparation and tabling of the committee report on the bill in this House. Honorable Speaker, this bill, as the majority leader put it, has 25 clauses, which the committee considered clause by clause, together with the comments received from several stakeholders, namely the State Department for Medical Services in the Ministry of Health, the Confederation of Patients Kenya, COFPAC, the Kenya Faith-Based Health Services Consortium comprising of KCCP, CHAC, and MedSupchem, the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, RUFA, Mr. Hassan Ali Mohammed, and the Council of Governors, who submitted a joint memorandum. Honorable Speaker, this bill promotes the attainment of universal health coverage as it seeks to ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable and comprehensive quality health services from the primary health care level all the way. Honorable Speaker, this bill is in line with the government's priority of using primary health care as the key driver of universal health coverage. Primary health care is essential in ensuring that all Kenyans not only access good quality health care, but also fully participate in the management of their specific health needs. Honorable Speaker, this bill aims to establish framework for the delivery of access to and management of primary care through creation of an elaborate primary health care network at each county and sub-county level for equitable distribution of resources and health services. Honorable Speaker, this bill in relation to community health promoters is aligned to the Health Act number 21 of 2027, which is the principal law on health matters in the country. This bill is aligned to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 as it facilitates the progressive realization of the right to the highest attainable standard of health, including the right to health care services guaranteed under Article 43, 1A. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution requires that the state takes legislative, policy, and other measures to achieve the progressive realization of the rights guaranteed in Article 43. The bill therefore facilitates the fulfillment of this obligation by both levels of government as it makes healthcare frameworks in the country responsive to the unique health needs of the Kenyan population in each county and sub-county in furtherance of devolution. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that the House adopts and passes the Primary Health Care Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, without amendments. I therefore support.
Thank you. The Honorable Anthony Oluoch.
I have no comments on this bill. I don't know why I have been called upon. I had wanted to prepare on the other ones, and I spent 3 hours preparing on the previous bill.
The Honorable Member for Migori, Fatma Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, I am here to say that this bill is going to help us. And without putting politics and emotions into it, Mr. Speaker, in Migori, where I come from, we have small health centers that are not able to run. And as I look at this bill is going to protect, support the small health facilities. We are overcrowding the big health facilities, an example of Kenyatta, Mama Lucy, and the rest, because the small facilities do not even take the health insurance cards that we have. And so this is like a devolved health program, so that the people who are at the lower ground are able to access health. An example is when Corona came up. We were not able to teach our people in the village, our mothers and grandfathers, that Corona is actually a disease. But now you see, when we have these health facilities and we have these support staffs, we'll be able to teach our people that such a disease do exist. You find that people in the big towns where health facilities are bigger here get information faster than the people who are down there. I totally support that we support the health facilities. Mr. Speaker, health is the most important thing for a human being. If you're healthy, you can survive anything else. But if you're not able to survive, if you're not able to get good health facility, then you're not able to live. And therefore, we are going to, in a way, our community and our economy is going to be hurt, because if we are an unhealthy nation, a sick nation, then we don't have a nation at all. I support this bill, and I request fellow members, let's support it. Let's devolve this properly. Let's look into it properly, support it so that our grandmothers who are not able to access health. An example is my mother who is diabetic. I am not able to run with my mother all the time to Kisumu, Aga Khan, and the big hospitals in Nairobi, because the disease that she has is unknown in the village. When I take her to a health facility, I'm told we don't have that kind of disease here. We don't know the medication. We don't even have a doctor. We don't even have anything to do for her. So we are frustrated back in the village. We support this, I support this, and I request that we all support it. May God bless us all.
How do you complain? Last time we called you up, you were in another world.
Thanks.
So this is your chance, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for sending someone to help me come back from that world. I really appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to support this bill because health is everything. And health nation, Mr. Speaker, cannot move. The workforce is basically dead. Mr. Speaker, I would want to talk about 2-3 issues. One of the things is this centralizing of procurement of drugs is an issue. Because if you find it is a ministry or the Department of Health within the county which buys medication in bulk from KEMSA, then distribute to the small health facilities all the way to the ground. There's a problem there, Mr. Speaker. And I think this bill is resolving that. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, most of, and I think we'll have to, the chair has done a good job, but we'll have to look for a way and sneak this one into the bill. I worked in a county, and these health facilities would get revenue, would have revenue in the all the time because people are paying. Then when the office of the governor runs away of out of cash to operate small things, they will borrow from these facilities. Then when they borrow, they don't pay back. So you find people have bought medication from a certain health facility. The governor has borrowed like $500,000 from that health facility. And when the medication is bought from KEMSA in bulk, even the 500,000 is not turned in form of medication. So these health facilities don't help people. But when they get their kind of semi-autonomy, Mr. Speaker, they will be very helpful to the region. Also, Mr. Speaker, there will be a sense of ownership. That's my second point. And I agree with Honorable Network there. The element of ownership. If we know this is our health facility, we are paying and we are procuring our own drugs, we can also chip in to fundraise for the health facility so that it can be in a position to get even medical equipment that can support some of the challenges that are taking people to level 4 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, most of the diseases which take people to these hospitals can be worked on from the dispensaries nearby. But if the dispensaries are kind of left with nothing and they have no power to procure, neither use the revenue they have in supporting their activities, then, Mr. Speaker, there's a problem there. So I really, Mr. Speaker, my last point is like in the last parliament, the 12th parliament, there was a problem between these both houses, the National Assembly and the Senate. But for now, we can see the synergy. Something has worked out. Parliament is the National Assembly is supporting bills from the Senate, which are so helpful to the people. But in the 12th Parliament, you would find even some helpful bills from the Senate will be thrown away by the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, the arrangement, I would, both speakers and both speakers from the Senate and the National Assembly, the synergy they are working on between them, Mr. Speaker, is very important. And we can attribute this to the President when he called both speakers and the clerks. I told them You don't want cases in courts between both houses. You don't want, he can't afford to see wrongles between the two brothers or the two sisters. Mr. Speaker, things have started working, and this will be very helpful to our people. Thank you, and I beg to support.
Thank you, Member for Baringo. Members, refrain from carrying your hands up, because I got a board I'm looking at.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for bringing to speed this bill. I remember the President just launched it the other day. And I must say from the onset that it is the best bill so far because Kenya today needs a lot of activities around the health issues. Mr. Speaker, they say prevention is better than curing. Health care is primarily one of the basic amenities or basic things that a human being needs. A taken care environment, health-wise, especially people, gives the society a healthy production. For this bill, Mr. Speaker, it's very categorical by saying that it is a primary health care, meaning it is the basic. That is where we will get treatment from home, especially basic treatment like, small coughs before you get escalated to something big. And it helps in many ways, to take care of the economy because very many times, as members of parliament, we get a lot of fundraising calls and requests because of medical issues. But when we have this, we will be able to take care of the problems before it, is out of hand. I also want to say that one of the reasons why I support this is because it acts as it also promotes the universal health, which is already there. It gives the opportunity for Kenyans to get access from the basics, from home, deliveries, for instance. When we have our mothers who, when they were, those days, before they even go to the hospital, during the labor times, when they want to give birth, we have these good people of the society taking care of them and understand them and help them to deliver safely their children. It's also pocket-friendly because when you treat problems from the beginning, you are helping escalation of, for instance, cancers. When we are able to detect or diagnose the problem early, it's easier to treat the problem and we are able to save many lives. And many times underlying problems, underlying diseases, especially during the COVID time, we realized that many people lost their lives because they didn't know what was ailing them. And COVID was an indicator that many people have a lot of underlying problems. And this primary health care bill, which is going to help us have nurses and community health cares who are going to take care of the people early, is going to give Kenyans a very good opportunity to access these services. Mr. Speaker, I must say, this is one of the programs that Kenya Kwanza government is going to achieve more because with an healthy nation, we are going to produce more and we are going to support the government better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nambale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is one of the piece of legislation that is very important to our people. We know that majority of the people who send us to this particular house depend on these health workers for their health care. And Mr. Speaker, I note that we have been practicing the community health services without having legislation that guides the people or the promoters down there. And I believe that having listened to and also gone through the bill, I believe that we are going to do a greater service to our people by passing this particular legislation so that we can have regulations and even remuneration to the community health promoters down in our villages. Mr. Speaker, we note that most of our people, where they are not even aware about these lifestyle diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, simply because the facilities that can offer this kind of test or guidance or advice on how one can check on health conditions are far away from these particular homesteads. But if we have these community health promoters, well remunerated, and their job designation properly spelled out in law, we are going to have a reach out to many, many people so that we have preventive measures instead of having a situation whereby someone's condition is diagnosed at a very late stage that even medication cannot cure. And I take this opportunity to thank the Health Committee and the promoters of the particular bill, and believe that this is the best legislation that I will say will help the Kenyans. So I urge my colleagues that we support this, the primary health care bill number 44 from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support this particular bill because I believe that the primary health care bill is a very progressive bill, especially the fact that it is even proposing that we do have community health promoters. And some of the qualifications that they mentioned earlier, I had the Honorable Member, the Majority Whip, who is our brother from home, saying that I don't know my local language, but I want to tell him that I am very multilingual. I speak English, Kiswahili, Ekegusi, and Luo, which is also a love language. So we all know Luo because it's a love language. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say, especially in regards to
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving.
I can't see your card. I don't know how you got the mic. What is out of order? Can we give the honorable member?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Is the honorable member in order to imply that all that Luos do is love, that they're not good for anything else, and what they're known for is love, such that the Luo language is just a love language. Luo language is rich in culture, rich in almost everything. It cannot just be described as a love language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Wundo, what is out of order from what's Honorable?
Honorable Speaker, I read the Bible, but I don't know the exact verse in the Bible, but it's written the greatest commandment in life is love your neighbor more than you love yourself. So there is nothing really wrong with love. Love is the greatest gift you can give to humanity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Then Mayaka proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Rosa is a teacher of English, and she should know that this is figurative, and we are the people who receive that love language from your Luo brothers, so we know what it means. Honorable Speaker, if I may proceed, community health workers, for me, is a very important aspect because, number one, these are the people who will be able to get in touch with the local people because in some of those distant rural areas, transport is actually a big issue. And we end up losing so many lives because people are not able to access medical facilities. And Honorable Speaker, it is my hope that when it comes to the Committee of the Whole House, Honorable Pukose, the chair, will allow us to also suggest that these community health promoters actually get first aid training so that they are able to even give first aid training and facilities to the people who are on the ground even before they get to the medical facilities. Honorable Speaker, again, why I am supporting this bill is because this will enable us
No,
to,
because
first
what's
of
out
all,
because you already contributed. What's out of order?
yeah,
Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, I'm not interrupting Honorable Mayaka, but I just wanted to give her information that the community health care workers are actually well trained, not just to identify the diseases.
How does that arise?
She had asked that she would want to bring a proposal to amend to provide for training in first aid. So I just felt that maybe I'll need to inform her.
Honorable Bukose, you and I have been here quite a while. It used to be that you request if a member wants information first.
Yes.
Then if they accept, then you would inform them. That's what I thought you'd have done.
But being the bill being under my committee, I thought
No,
maybe
we'll
I
follow.
could,
No, we'll follow the rules. You ask her if she wants information.
Well advised, Honorable Speaker. I'm obliged.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Honorable Mayaka, do
But-
you want to be informed by the Honorable Bukose?
yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Mayak. I just wanted to say that there'll be a training for all the community healthcare promoters, and it's not just a one-off training, but it's a continuous medical training for them to be able to identify and both for preventive and early detection of diseases. And they can also be able to assist where they can be able to apply some bit of first aid.
That's all in order. Go ahead, Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm well guided, and I just want to further to my contribution as I was continuing, is that the community health workers, even as you proceed to train them, then they need to also study the disease patterns of different areas that are prone to diabetic or other lifestyle diseases, so that they are able to also provide first aid facilities to the people. Honorable Speaker, if I could just link this particular bill to the previous one, because they have a lot of correlations, and also in supporting the same, I'd just like to also point out that I like the fact that we are talking about plowing back funds into the specific health facilities. But even as we do that, we also need to take into cognizance of the fact that majority of some of these health facilities are not fully, they're not fully infrastructured. They don't have proper medication, they don't have proper doctors, and so it is my hope that there will be facilitation to ensure that they are at a standardized level, as has been suggested by the bill, so that they're able to then plow back the funds that they get, and they don't start from a position of being a cost center, but rather become a revenue center as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, on the county health management team, as has been suggested, I've noticed that all of them are people who have medic background, which is granted and it's fine. But also it is my hope that these health promoters will be able to have an opportunity to get to speak to the county health management team, so that they can also give back advice in terms of what it is that they're seeing when they're going around to communicate and to be able to give the facilities to the people who need it. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the audit process that has been provided in the previous bill, because it also relates to this particular one, and this is very important because for as much as we are allowing facilities to be able to manage their own funds, we also need to have a robust audit management system in place so that these funds are not mismanaged. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that in terms of for this to be able to work, that availability of resources, medical doctors, supply of medicine, and prescribing and setting standards for all facilities will be very beneficial. And Honorable Speaker, also in terms of revenue management, because I know that counties have their own finance bills in their counties in terms of the things that they've prescribed under health and the specifications of what they're able to charge, that it will be really good if this is being able to be structured and streamlined at the Council of Governors level, so that we also have a sort of standardization across all counties and ensure that this actually works. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I would just like to say that I support this bill because I believe it's a very progressive one to our country. I thank you.
Thank you. Member for Seme.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity. Today, I'm a very happy man. Two of my most favorite or most cherished documents have come into law. The FIF that we did in 2005, we just discussed, and today we are discussing this. Mr. Speaker, the primary origin of this primary health care bill was the community health strategy, which in 2003, when I was appointed Director of Medical Services, Professor Miriam Were, Professor Dan Kaseje, and myself, we sat in the ministry, and Professor Were, who had actually worked on the first tried community health strategy in Kakamega, said, how can we make this a national program? And we wrote what was then a community health strategy, which is basically what this is. And what is this strategy that has actually been translated into this? We had to look at the community and approach the community, develop a community unit comprising of a fixed number of households. Here they have said less than 1,000. That time we were talking about 100. And each community unit was to be served by a community member who is elected by the community. And that is, at that time we called them a community health worker. Later on, it was called the community health volunteer, and now it is the community health promoter. It is still the same, and I support that. And why the community health worker, community health promoters and the primary health care? Because we get diseases, we get sick where we live, the circumstances in which we live, the work we do, the food we eat, the house we live in. That is how we get the diseases. Those are the social determinants of health. If we can address the social determinants of health, that is the greatest prevention. So that if you get cholera, the germ is Vibrio cholera, but you get cholera because of water. So the social determinant is availability or unavailability of water. So in the community, these are the things that we need to look at. And therefore, a community promoter who is living in there knows that. So that they can prevent the diseases. They can promote health, the kind of food you need to eat so that you actually don't get high blood pressure. They'll be trained on this as was planned in that community strategy. And then we have to link it with the health facilities. As much as you prevent disease, as much as you promote disease and encourage people to live in a way that promotes the health, some people will still get sick. And if you address the illness at the earliest possible stage, that is really cost saving. And normally some are actually, even if it is cancer, it is curative. So we want to do it at that time. We prevent, we promote, and we treat at the earliest possible stage. And that is the work of the community health promoter. But being members of the community, and this bill proposes they'll be elected, just as we said, by the members of the community. We have to then support them with health workers, trained health workers. And this is where the primary health care network comes in. So we linked this community unit with the community health worker elected there with the nearest health facility level 2 or level 3. So that you have a community health there with the nearest health facility level 2 or level 3. So that you have a community health extension worker who works with the community health promoter, so that when he or she gets into problem, gets an issue she can't solve, then he or she works with the community health extension worker, who is a trained medical worker, who could be a nurse, could be a public health officer. And therefore, then you get the primary health care network, which consists of the communities, the number of communities, and the community health workers, and the primary health care facilities, level 2 or level 3, that they are linked with. And then that must actually, as actually indicated in this, must lead to a referral system, so that at the level 2 or 3, if the help cannot be achieved, then they are referred. So it moves to level 4, or level 3, or level 4, and that is the primary health care network. The community health worker, the community staffs, and the associated level 2 or level 3. And those ones also are linked to a level 4. So you get what is referred to in this document as hub and spoke, where the hub is actually a level 4 facility, which can do, basically can do surgery, can do all these things, can deliver women, can do cesarean section, but they are linked to the level 2. And the level 2 is supported by the community health promoter, who is a member of the community. Basically, Mr. Speaker, that is what we are talking about. And if we actually support this, and now we have put it into law, it will actually take us a long way in promoting. And we are talking about training. It is basic. Nobody is born a doctor or a nurse. Intelligent people can be. A community health worker will know that if you're an old man of 60 and you are passing urine very frequently, he'll be trained to know that that is probably a prostate. If it is frequent and small amount, it's prostate. If it is frequent and large amount and you look a bit fat, that is likely to be diabetes. So they know this thing you are having is likely to be this. A child who is otherwise well, as maybe a 1 year old, suddenly gets fever, starting to get hot, lives in a malaria area, that is most likely malaria. Give some paracetamol. And they know that for that, you should have been using a net. A pregnant woman should be using a net. A pregnant woman should be taking this food. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, because if we use the primary health care network properly at the community level with the hub and the spoke, we will reduce the cost of health care tremendously. We will prevent, we will promote, we'll treat, we'll catch diseases the earliest possible time. And we would not need to get very many people going to the tertiary care. We actually may need very few people even going abroad to get those high-level cases, those late stages of cancer, something that would have been picked much earlier and dealt with. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and that we have put it into law, and that we will actually finance it, and that the primary health promoters will actually be appointed by the community, will be selected by the community, and appointed by the county government, and this bill says that they will be remunerated as decided by the county government. And it also provides that at the higher level, there must be policy that is actually from the Ministry of Health that then will give a uniform way of handling it across all the counties. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Member for Zotik, followed by the member for Tanzania.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill at this time, and I want to support the sentiments made by my colleagues. First of all, Mr. Speaker, this bill is going to assist us to cure a very big gap which has been there for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I like the way this thing is framed, community. I think we are now going down there to where the people are. And Mr. Speaker, one of the areas which I have seen here, which is specific, it says each county shall ensure that community health promoters are adequately supported to perform their functions, including training at least once a year. 2, provision of working tools. Number 3, stipend. Number 4, supervision. Mr. Speaker, I think we are now there. I want to say here, Mr. Speaker, that this government, I think, is now getting the right track. Because we must now emphasize the issue of prevention other than curative measures. And Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that this issue is going to be tackled, and we will save a lot of money from the people which are now using. We will not have people having congestions in the referral hospitals. Because, Mr. Speaker, we will have detected the diseases down there, and we will be able to stop and prevent and treat the diseases which are having nowadays. I have also seen that this bill emphasizes the issue of child care, that the children are going to be checked all the time, monitored, that the child who is growing must be seen to grow up to that stage where it is believed that a child now can be able to be a person in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this bill was long overdue. We are now going to save a lot of money, which would have gone to India, because you will have saved. Even now, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem with cancer, particularly in my county. Cancer is very prevalent. And Mr. Speaker, what is going to assist this country is the health education which these promoters are going to do down there, to make sure that people understand and at least detect, they know what the problems are. They will also be given signs of these kinds of business. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. We want, Mr. Speaker, the county governments to be more accountable on this respect. But the law is going to assist us monitor and be able to monitor what they are doing, make them account for the money, make the officers who are going to be down there to be paid. And Mr. Speaker, this country is going to change. We are going to have a healthy nation because of this approach. Let us go down to where people are, and I'm very sure we will have a lot of the country will be healthy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then the member for Trans Nzoia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to also contribute on this bill. And I also want to appreciate the Committee of Health for thinking so much on bringing this bill so that our people in our constituencies can be assisted. Mr. Speaker, as almost every member has contributed here, prevention is better than cure. And when we are talking about preventive, Mr. Speaker, this will be a very good thing for our people, because our women, mothers in our villages, majority of them do suffer as they struggle to visit the hospitals, which are very far to be attended to. And Mr. Speaker, when we have these care providers in the community, we are sure that these women will be able to be attended to before they get to the before they get far from the hospital, Mr. Speaker. And we are also going to get our interns, our nurses, our clinical officers, and even the doctors get a place they can be attached as they gain their experiences as they are still looking for jobs. This will also give them a chance to get employment, because as we are going to ensure that these facilities are operational, we are going to create jobs for our youth, for our doctors, for our nurses, and all those people who have professionalism in matters medical. So, Mr. Speaker, I also stand to support this bill, and thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nakuru.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi huu, ili mimi pia nichangie kwa mswada huu wa afya ambaye imeletwa katika bunge hili na kamati husika. Ninaunga mkono mswada huu Bwana Spika, ni kwa sababu mambo ya afya, ufundishaji wa afya, tutakuwa na wale maofisa ambaye wamefunzwa pale nyumbani na watakuwa wakitembea katika vijijini kuhakikisha watu wako na afya, watakuwa wakipimwa pale nyumbani. Hiyo ndio imenifanya ni support ama niunge mkono mswada huu Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, mswada huu inafanana na mswada ambaye imetoka Senate ambaye inasema pesa ambayo inakusanywa kwa kila hospitali pale nyumbani itawekwa katika hiyo hospitali kwa mnajili ya wagonjwa katika eneo hiyo. Bwana Spika, hii ndio itakuwa usaidizi kuu. Hakuna kitu mzuri kuliko wananchi wa Kenya wajipime kabla hawajaanza kuwa wagonjwa. Sababu ukipimwa kabla hujakuwa mgonjwa, itakuwa ni rahisi sana mambo ya afya kwako itekelezwe na mahospitali husika. Ninaunga mkono pia Bwana Spika, ni kwa sababu maofisa ambaye watapatiwa nafasi kuelimisha wananchi pale nyumbani ni wale watu ambaye watakuwa kitoka kwa kila kijiji. Kwa hivyo ninaunga mkono, nimefurahi sana kama kiongozi kutoka Nakuru. Ninajua wananchi wa Nakuru watafurahia na watafaidika kwa hii mswada. Kwa hayo machache Bwana Spika, naomba kuunga mkono. Asante sana.
Thank you. Well, for Igembe Central.
Kiswahili kitukuze. Nimejaribu.
Kwani ulikuwa mwalimu wa Kiswahili? Ni kama alikuwa mwalimu wa Kiswahili primary.
Unajua hata ningeongea vizuri lakini lakini tutafika, unaona tutapitisha.
Give the mic to the honorable member for. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I stand to support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, you know, our healthy nation is our healthy nation.
The Honorable Soro, even the whip is required to go back to the bar and bow, then come back down. Even the whip is required to do that.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying our healthy nation is our healthy nation, and I fully support this bill because, for one, by having this universal bill, universal health bill through, we will be shifting from curative treatment to promote health as a key strategy, and we will be lowering the cost of treatment, and especially in areas where accessing the health facilities is a challenge, our people will be saved and will be helped. And Mr. Speaker, also we will be lowering the cost of medication, because we will having the health workers within the environs, and having been picked from the areas where they come from, it will be cheaper for them, and the living expenses will be taken care of. Mr. Speaker, Pia, also, you know, in our country, there are areas where infrastructure are very poor, and especially for the heavy mothers, they have a challenge of accessing healthy facilities. And now that we are going to be having the healthy professionals within their region, it will be very helpful for the community and for the sick ones. Also, Mr. Speaker, it's a source of employment, because we are going to be having many of our stranded medical professionals who are just loitering around without employment to have a chance of getting employed through the county. And initially we have had these volunteer health workers who have just been working without any pay. Now they have an opportunity at least to get a stipend for their survival and to enable them to continue living comfortably. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and since it will be enhancing accessibility to the highest attainable standards of health care and health product for all, because we will no longer be having quacks treating our people. Our people will be treated and handled by professionals who will be well trained and equipped. And they will also be equipped with items for testing BP, testing diabetic, and other tests. And I believe our nation will be a healthy nation, thus being in a position to continue creating wealth. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Member for Kisumu West. Member for Kisumu West, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm an ardent believer of prevention is better than cure. And what this bill addresses itself to is really that belief that prevention is better than cure. Mr. Speaker, what primary health care does is it realizes for us that there's constraints in terms of our budgets. So if we put a lot of emphasis, Mr. Speaker, on the primary health care, we'll be answering that question of budget constraints. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about primary health care, we cannot avoid speaking about community health care workers. Mr. Speaker, these are the key elements in the primary health care. Mr. Speaker, what these people do is to prevent disease amongst the people in the community through two ways, Mr. Speaker, through educating them and through actually picking out symptoms that if otherwise are not attended to would would turn into big diseases that would therefore require that they go to hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I want to vouch for these primary healthcare workers, and I'm supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it recognizes the effort that they put at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, we know that if their work is done effectively, very few people will be seeking treatment in our level 4 and above. Mr. Speaker, the work of primary healthcare workers is, however, made very difficult by the fact that level 2 and 3 are not well facilitated in terms of equipment, in terms of nurses, in terms of clinical officers, such that even when the primary healthcare workers pick out symptoms or diseases that can otherwise be treated early, they are let down by the inefficiencies in our level 2 and 3. And this is what this bill is also attempting to address, so that they are well equipped and they'll be able to offer those services so that we'll have fewer and fewer people reaching out to level 4 and above. Mr. Speaker, I see there's a lot of impatience in this House. I don't know why, but I want to say that I strongly support this bill, and I know and I hope that we will pass it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Wilberforce Owundo of Funyula. I hope you take a short time as the others.
Honorable Speaker, as you always say, we used to say prevention is better than cure. The role of community health promoters, who are initially known as community health workers or community health volunteers, cannot be overemphasized. The role they play in education, community sensitization is more than it has been appreciated over the years. But, Honorable Speaker, and I have already discussed with this chair, there are two issues that we need to be very clear. I just hope, because under clause 9.3, it says that a community health promoter shall be appointed on such terms and conditions as the respective county public service board shall determine. We hope the remuneration, the terms will be commensurate with the amount of work they do. Honorable Speaker, and we need to be very careful. There is a provision, clause 14.2, clause 14.2, that might have to be relooked at clearly so that we understand the import. The national government shall appropriate and transfer to the county revenue fund of respective county government such monies as shall be required for the effective performance of their functions under this act. We already have county revenue, county allocation bill each financial year. We have the county conditional allocation bill each financial year. That particular clause might prove to be a trap that we might have difficulties navigating through. When you go to clause 19, we must make amendments to make it compulsory, to make it a must that each primary health care network shall have a community. We should not make it optional whether may or not. There are other typo errors that I've pointed out to the chair of the committee, and we'll also raise them in the committee of the whole House, so that they are able to be picked, we correct to put it together. Finally, Honorable Speaker, it is important that these community health committees are allowed and facilitated. As we train the promoters, we must also, at all levels, train these community health promoters, community members. With those few remarks, I must say this is a good bill. It has actualized what we have been doing on the ground, and as is put in clause 22(3), we expect those who are already working as community health volunteers will be given the first priority to be employed, so that we do not have cases they have slacked all of those years, then they are ignored. I support with a few amendments that I've noted. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I support this primary health care bill 44 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, families are suffering, families are crying because of the burden of taking care of very, very sick relatives. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya, Article 43(1)(a), mandates the government to take care of health of its citizens to the highest attainable standards. But Honorable Speaker, because we have concentrated so much on curative as opposed to prevention, this country's health facilities are so overstretched. The health facilities cannot cater for the number of patients at any one given time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this primary health care is aimed at attaining one thing, ensuring that all sicknesses are detected.
The Honorable Kiari, you can't be howling at your seat. Point of order. I can't see your card. What is out of order? That's the member for Nyeri Town. This is the member for Gatundu North, Honorable Kurura. This is the member for Gatundu North.
Honorable Speaker, it is the only independent MP in Central. and you have not considered the interest of the independent MPs.
So your point of order is that
I start on.
What is out of order? What is out of order?
I'm rising on the basis of starting order number 95, Honorable Speaker, because to request that the mover to reply, because I can see that we are repeating ourselves and we are keeping listening to the same sentiments, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Mover to reply.
We'll allow the member of the floor to finish her contribution.
Honorable Speaker, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to really praise this initiative and say the government has taken a direction towards the right steps in ensuring that the citizens of this country attain the highest level, highest standard of health. Honorable Speaker, I support this very important motion.
Honorable Farah, we are dealing with a very difficult situation, Honorable Farah. 1 minute then for you. 1 minute, and I mean 1 minute.
No, it's not. Speaker, I seek your indulgence in. Mr. Speaker.
1 minute.
No, not a minute, please. I seek your indulgence. And I support this. I just want to mention some very important issues. The important issue is that, yeah, it's good. It's a very good bill. We want to support this bill. But I think at the committee stage, we might make certain amendments, because one critical factor in this, which is the traditional birth attendance, is not reflected in here. The role of traditional birth attendants. Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from all these loud consultations?
Order, members. Honorable Ovara, you'll proceed with your contribution.
Honorable Bukose, I don't know what information you have that I do not have. Eh? Yes, I am saying that 80% of the women in this country deliver using traditional birth attendants. And if we don't care about our own mothers and our sisters in the rural areas who do not have access to this facility, I think we are making a mistake. So I think at some stage we might need an amendment, because here it does not include that. And one of the things that it also has is that it says somebody must be literate. Those mothers out there who delivered us, I was not delivered in a hospital myself. I was not born in a hospital. I was born in the bush. And it is a traditional birth attendant who delivered me. And that is what 90% of our own African fellows in this country are. So there must be a role for that. And one of the things we are going to say is that this condition, which says that when it says about the criteria, it says is literate and can read and write in at least one of the national languages and the local language. I don't think those traditional birth attendants in Makelab's area or in all those places can read and write. So we need to do that. I do support the bill in every sense. We need to get rid of we don't have to be sick. We need to prevent this. For example, mosquitoes. We don't have to have mosquito nets. We don't have to have malaria queens. Let us kill all the mosquitoes. Get rid of the vector itself.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Honourable members, the member for Gatundu North, the Honourable Kururia Elijah Njore Joroge, rose on his seat and claimed that we should call the move of reply. Is it the move of the House that we call the move of reply? Yes. Shall we put the question on that matter? Yes. That will, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honourable Speaker, I thank you very much, and I beg to reply.
Honourable members, I now put the question, and having confirmed that we correct, I now put the question that the primary health care bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, be now read a second time. Will as another opinion say aye? Aye. Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the delivery of access to and management of primary health care and for connected purposes.
Honourable members, be upstanding. Honourable members, at the time now being exactly 7 p.m., this House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 17th of October 2023 at 10 a.m. Members, remember that we voted that we have a special sitting on Tuesday morning, so we resume at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, 17th October 2023. Thank you.